Well, most of the herd is here and sat down, so we'll call this to order. It's 6 o'clock, special meeting September 9th. Will you call a roll, please?
Commissioner Hooper? Inman?
Here.
Friend? Here. Stepka?
Here.
Richardson?
Here.
Max Bauer?
Here.
Fleece?
Present.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Thomas?
First item of business is public comment. And is that thing hooked up over there?
Keep it.
Dennis,
Yes, it
is
is.
that working?
Yep.
Okay. Just a second. Would you read the rules, please?
Certainly. Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act as amended. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. A, any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. B, no person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluded time needed to answer commissioners' questions. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. 1, chairperson may at his or her discretion extend the amount of time any person is allowed to speak.
Thank you. Please state your name and address. And that's operating over there.
It is.
Jack Pickard, 7935 M37 South, Kingsley, Michigan. As president of the Grand Traverse Area Veterans Coalition, representing over 4,000 members, I'm here tonight just to speak on the Veterans Affairs Office and the need not to cut their budget. There's a few reasons why we, as a coalition, believe this request not only to be necessary, but it's the right thing to do. As a past state commander for the Veterans Corps and Wars and a national officer, I know firsthand that our Veterans Affairs Office in this county has a reputation of being one of the best, not only in the state of Michigan, but in our national. They are called upon, I am called upon because of what they do. We are all aware of the increases in our young veterans needing their services. Unfortunately, the Iraq and Afghanistan Desert Storm vets have problems, not only physically, but mentally. Without our office, the paperwork doesn't get done, and they do not get taken care of. We're also aware of the increase in the number of widows from our older veterans. I can guarantee you, because I've personally been involved in a couple, that these widows had no idea of what their spouses had earned for them, how our office took care of them. We have Vietnam vets who now are they aging and realizing, wounds. I got some mental problems. Why? And when they're convinced to go to this county office, they're taken care of. As a service officer for the Disabled American Vets, I know that when a veteran comes to us, my avenue is to send them to our county Veterans Affairs Office, because they are the certified, the accredited people that take care of the paperwork that the government requires to file a simple claim. It's not on a spreadsheet that this office is a money-making office, but you have to use common sense to know that it is. Last year, over 24 million federal dollars got brought into this county through that office. And when you start thinking about the homes that people have and the taxes that they pay and the money that's spent locally out of that 24 million, it's a small budget, a very small budget. I should be standing here really asking you for extra staff, because the need's there. Our veterans have to wait too long for appointments. But with the present conditions and the unfortunate job that you have, in this economic situation of your budget, we are asking that you just keep it as is and keep the support that you've always shown for our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Andrea Stewart, 4215 Manhattan East in Monway Township, and I'm a member of the Resource Recovery Council. The Resource Recovery Council and the Board of Public Works both unanimously passed a motion to designate the entire county as curbside recycling, including all rural areas and all renters. We on the council think this is the logical first step in a series of steps that will increase recycling and save money in the county. Once everybody can recycle where they live, then the drop-offs can be eliminated. We need to make recycling as easy as possible for people. It's as easy as putting out your garbage in your bin. We were told by the consultant that conducted the solid waste study that if we went countywide curbside recycling, our recycling rates would most likely increase. And earlier this year, I attended a Council of Government forum on recycling and jobs, and I heard some amazing things there about if we would just increase our recycling rates in Michigan, it would create thousands of jobs. There's always been a concern about costs going up, but the way to control costs in these areas is not to deny residents the opportunity to recycle where they live. The way to control costs is through contract. Competitive bidding for contracts, that's the way it needs to be done. It's done every day in both government and the private sector. Blair Township led the way, and the people voted it down. They voted down the opportunity to cut their garbage costs again. So, evidently, there isn't that much concern about the cost going up. Once the drop-offs are eliminated, the landfill surcharge can be reduced. Currently, the public thinks the drop-offs are free, but they cost $360,000 last year. If we reduce the landfill surcharge, the budget of the Resource Recovery Department can be cut in half. We've been told on the Resource Recovery Council that we have the highest landfill surcharge in the Midwest. We also have been told that we have the most costliest form of garbage service, individual subscriptions, being trash haulers directly. And we also have the third dubious distinction. We are currently in the #1 spot for the most illegal trash dump sites in the state of Michigan. We're the most trash county in the state of Michigan. This is related to high costs at the landfill and the garbage service. The Resource Recovery Department has a good staff and good programs that the public turns out for and supports. And as a county resident, I'd like to see some of these other solid waste issues brought into the 21st century and updated to meet what the staff and the council are trying to accomplish. So I urge the board tonight to support countywide curbside recycling and to support the resource recovery budget that will be presented to you later tonight, which does not include the drop-offs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Jim Belisano, 103 West McKinley Road. Thank you for allowing us to speak our mind on this. If you look at the list, you guys got difficult choices here, but basically I'm here for the Traverse Bay Economic Development Corporation. You look at what they've done in the past with cooperation with the county. It's been a continuous partnership. If I'm in sales and you know that when you have a down economy, this is not the time to bring back or to hold back on trying to get new business. The thing is, when you have a down economy, you need to get the people who have the money, who have the resources into our county, into our area. If they don't, you need to be out in front with your name so that when they have the resource, they know, they're familiar with what we do and what we have to offer. We have an area that is tremendous. You look at all of these departments or everything that you have to look at for budgetary purposes. The EDC brings in a lot of money so that we can provide these services and help pay for that in your budget. So I guess the thing is, it's been a partnership that has worked in the past, and I would like to see it continue on, because again, you need to be in position so that when the economy goes up again, Traverse City, Grand Traverse, Northern Michigan is in the forefront of the people that are able to move here and make a great impact on this region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Coe, 211 Midtown Drive in Traverse City, county resident. And I want to speak also on behalf of TVEDC. I serve on the executive board of the TVEDC. We're looking at a $20,000 contribution to the TVEDC budget from the county. At a difficult time like this where you have to make decisions on balancing a budget and trying to bring yourself into balance, I think you also have to be thinking about whether you continue to invest in the county's economy. You can't cut your way to prosperity. You might make cuts to balance the budget, but you can't cut your way to prosperity. You have to invest in prosperity. The EDC has proven in the past that it brings jobs, brings companies to this area, and if we think that anybody is going to solve our economic problems other than one job and $1 in investment at a time, then we're fooling ourselves. That's the only answer for Michigan. It's the only answer for this county. I contribute hundreds of hours to the TVEDC. My company contributes to the TVEDC itself, and we're asking the county to continue its contribution to the TVEDC.
Thank you. Who else?
Alan Zielinski, 3384 Holiday Village Road. I'm a banker here in town, have been for many years. I've had the fortunate opportunity to work with the TVEDC, and also would ask you folks to continue your funding for the TVEDC. As a banker, I have an opportunity to meet with many business folks on a daily basis that are looking to either be able to sustain their business and retain jobs, or expand their business and grow and hire new folks in our community. And with the assistance of the TVEDC, it's a valuable tool for us as bankers, especially at times when right now credit underwriting is so difficult to assist businesses. This is a great tool for us as bankers to be able to work with the business owners and work with the TVEDC to help them grow and expand and retain jobs in our community. So I would ask you as well during these difficult times that this is not an area to be looking at cutting, but an area that we need to continue to support, because retaining and growing jobs is vital to the growth of our community. And I do wish you all the best in your endeavors. It is a very difficult task, but please continue to support the TVEDC.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chris Morse, 3563 Golden Lookout Road, Traverse City. I'm a principal with the accounting firm Raymond in downtown Traverse again, just wanted to share my personal experience with, for several of my clients that have had a relationship with the EDC in the past. Each of these clients has either expanded an existing business or started a new business as a result of assistance from the EDC. These new and expanded businesses provide new jobs for our area and for Grand Traverse County specifically. These businesses and the individuals hired for the new jobs both contribute to an expanded tax base for the county. I can tell you that the additional needs of these clients generate hiring needs for my business and for other businesses in the area. So this ripple effect from the EDC's involvement extends well beyond their initial assistance to the businesses. Now, if I can see value in the small investment that we make with the EDC, I'm certain that the $20,000 investment that's being asked for the county can have a big effect to help out the EDC. And that gets returned many times over.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'm going to close public comment, except I do want to enter a letter from John Rinke, one of the employees with facilities management, and it's a very interesting letter. He's worried about his job, so I'd like to enter that into official record. Now, as we go through this tonight, the first presentation will be from the family court, then the EDC, Metro Fire, Parks and Rec, Veterans, Equalization, and Resource Recovery. That's the order we'll be taking tonight. So, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and thank you all very much for allowing us to appear before you to, I guess, impart to you information I think most of you are already quite knowledgeable concerning. I'm going to make some very brief statements. We have a PowerPoint presentation that shouldn't last, I think, more than 5 or so minutes, and I'm hopeful that there may be questions. A number of individuals from our court are here tonight on their own volition, and they would be in a position, I think, to answer any specific questions you might have in the areas that have been recommended for reduction. So again, thank you very much. This is Greg Brainerd. I think you know him as well. He's my the court's family court administrator. The first slide is just an indication, again, of the 7 comparable counties used by the State Court Administrative Office as comparable counties demographically, I think principally demographically, and it just is an indication of where Grand Traverse County and its use of child care dollars is relative to the 7 comparable counties, and we're number 6 of 7 in terms of the lowest number of child care dollars used. I have to also say, to be completely candid, that certain of these other counties made the decision some time ago to build and fund their own detention facilities, and the county budgets in those respective counties are funding those detention facilities. We have found that it has become a lot more cost-effective to use other counties' juvenile detention facilities as needed than to capitalize and fund one, and I think collectively the Commission came to that decision some years ago. So one of the significant programs that the court has inherited, really, and I think it's in its 11th year, is the truancy intervention program. Both the individuals that are involved in the program are in the hearing room this evening, and truancy is, I think, first and foremost a prevention program. And as you can see from the statistics, that between 273 families were engaged by the program in the last school year, which resulted in 90% being diverted from the court's formal calendar, and 70% not moving beyond a second offense, which results in a meeting where a plan is effected with the family and the truancy personnel. The essence of all this is that more kids stay in school. When they're in school, they're not other places, and more kids ultimately are successful educationally and throughout life. And as you'll see some of the slides here in just a minute, I think that the truancy intervention program has in part accounted for the tremendous success that our county is realizing in terms of decreased delinquency petitions being filed and decreased recidivism among our delinquent youth.
I can take a second just to maybe clarify a little bit. Commissioner Max Bauer had asked in the last couple of days to clarify a little bit when we talk about the diversion from the formal court, what really impact does this have? And so I can expand a little bit that that program is a pre-petition program. So it's in essence our two workers working with all the school systems. The school initiates the contact to say we've got this issue with the child not attending. With the graces of the prosecutor's office, we get engaged, begin doing that assessment of what are the barriers getting that youth to school before involving the prosecutor, before tying up judge time, referee time, probation time, and that's where they get engaged and do their magic. And so that's where I go back and highlight that 90% of those do not go to the court system. You talk about an impact statement of with this program not here, you're still going to have kids not going to school. You're still going to have schools saying we need some help. It's still the law that they need to attend school. And so you can play conservative kind of guesses of how many of those would show up to the prosecutor's office, take the time to be looked at, to be petitioned or not. Those that are petitioned are carried over to the court. We're having hearings. We're taking up referee time. Hypothetically, if there's some responsibility there, they'd be likely pushed down to the probation department to monitor them, then to do what they need to be doing. So you're tying up a lot of other resources. Currently, this program with these two staff handle all that at a 90% efficiency rate. So in terms of an impact, I guess we stand here pretty strongly and proudly to say that they're doing a good job with what they're impacting in the school system.
In terms of this being a prevention program, also nationally, the two, I guess, gateway offenses among the juvenile population in national juvenile drug courts are truancy and runaways, which initially seems surprising, and yet those are indicators of significant more contentiousness and difficult times within a young person's home. Those again are just indicators, and that's why early involvement with professional folks from our court and within the community and families that have truancy problems, again, we believe prevent a further juvenile and delinquency involvement in other more serious issues. It is interesting, and I'm still scratching my head about this. We all recognize the need to become internationally competitive among our young persons. I don't know how many of you recognize there's a package of 5 bills that have been signed by the governor into law that increase the dropout rate from 16 to 18 in the next 4 years, which on its face sounds great, but realistically, how will that be enforced? I mean, it's going to be an interesting time in our schools. But that's there, and it's something we all have to look forward to. Of the budget for truancy, $21,000 does come from TCAPS and Kingsley Schools. And this is also a child care funded program, so 50 cents of every dollar comes from the state. The next slide just is a speculation that if there were not a truancy program and if 100 petitions were initiated and went through probation, that it could cost the county up to $100,000 in probation oversight fees and detention fees of up to $10,000. I guess we would submit that the effective use of funds on the front end would reap and have reaped significant returns. And we're hopeful that the truancy program can be sustained. With respect to the recommendation, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge, could I interject a question here? You say 90% of those that the truancy people get involved with are diverted away from court?
Yes.
Do you continue to have, not repeat offenders? I know offenders is the wrong word, but do you see the same people, the same kids coming back, several times before you get them steered back on the right path? Or?
I mean, that's an excellent question. There are a number of families that certainly have multiple kids in one family that have issues, and I don't want to put the Kathys on the spot, but can you answer that, Kathy?
Yes, there's a few families that do the service and open the case again.
But generally speaking, once you deal with the child, and then generally the truancy problem goes away.
That's true.
Thank you.
The program is also one that it almost constantly receives requests for information from other counties and other states. We're really blessed to have it. I think we inherited it from the police department. Technically, probably shouldn't be with the court. It's here, and I think it's tremendously effective.
Question?
Yes, sir.
What schools are impacted by the truancy program? Is it just TCAPS and Kingsley?
Who else do we serve?
I couldn't hear you.
All schools in Grand Traverse County.
What about homeschool children? Who monitors their attendance?
As long as, I guess, what happens is if somebody suspects homeschooling isn't going on, and you don't get that case, you possibly need to examine it, and see them to document what's going on. If somebody wants to homeschool, that's what I do.
So again, to clarify, the program does cover the whole county, and in fact can stretch out to other school districts. We have some cases with the Elk Rapids schools that the families are living in Grand Traverse County but attending their schools. The ladies work with that, continue to work with the school. Got a lot of compliments from Elk Rapids. They'd love to have them there more often, working with the rest of the kids. So it's inclusive of the whole county.
Do you get any funding from Elk Rapids schools?
Not at this time.
I have several questions, Judge. Have you had any indication that the support for this program is less strong than it has been from TCAPS or the Kingsley schools? Have they indicated that they would reduce their funding at all?
My indication is to the contrary. They're far more supportive than in the past, and I haven't heard of any financial loss.
Very supportive of the program.
You have support letters in your document packet from both of those schools. There has been no indication of concern for continued finances.
The other question I have is, you mentioned that there are 273 families that are being served by this program in 2009, 2010. Have you seen this program, the need for it? Have you seen it grow? Have you seen it diminish? Have you seen it remain stable?
That is an excellent question. I know that the preceding year there were well over 300 contacts.
It's a little 319 last year. The numbers this year, but it has grown over the years. In 11 years, and the numbers have grown each year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then how long has the courts been running the program?
I think, have we run it the whole 11 years? And before that, it was with the Traverse City Police Department.
Okay, thank you.
I think we moved it to the Child Care Fund maybe in 2002 or 2003, it seems, to take advantage of the cost match.
Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, this is more a question for Dean and Dennis. So the amount of money here is the amount that we're spending on the program?
Yes, that's correct, I think, right?
Correct.
So that doesn't include the money that's coming from the state or from the schools?
The 66,000?
No. The 66,000, I think, is.
We actually have the employee costs under the family court budget, and then we bill back through the child care fund to realize the 50% reimbursement.
Okay, so that's the actual expense.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but yes, that is the cost of...
What I'm looking at is 66,000 and change.
Correct.
That's the whole cost of the program, part of which is reimbursed by other people.
There's actually an additional, there are 2 employees, 1.5.
2 employees, 2 FTEs.
2 FTEs, and we have on the sheet here the coordinator position. So there's...
Which is the other position, Greg?
Office specialist?
Yeah. So it's the top 2
The
positions?
top 2
on your list.
positions.
Okay.
I think he's probably referencing the sheet that I put out in the packet.
Right. But if you look at that sheet I passed out to you last night that has the actual cost, it's the top 2.
Okay.
I guess onto the probation officer. The recommendation is that the court reduce its probation officer number by 2. We currently have an open probation officer on half for the last 6 months, and you can see that that's saved in county dollars to $15,000. The loss of a second probation officer would, I think, be catastrophic. And if you can have the next slide. If you can see over the last 10 years, we've had a reduction in delinquency petitions from just under 900 to, I think it's under 400 last year. And that is a result of just significant work on the part of probation, on the part of many, many service providers, and on the part of countless community volunteers. Just some quick examples. When about 10 years ago when I came here, I think we had an average duration of probation that somewhere was plus or minus 4 months. That's increased from 6 to 9 months and is now often 9 to 18 months in terms of the duration of a juvenile's probation. That requires a significant oversight. The statute requires that a general probation officer see an adjudicated delinquent youth 1 time a month. We oftentimes have our probation officers see these kids, I don't want to exaggerate, but at least weekly, and it can be as often as daily. We found that obviously accountability and oversight is imperative. You know, we have significant strengths-based therapeutic programming. It all takes time. I was in a juvenile drug court tonight, and I'll bet at least 4 of my probation officers sat through the whole juvenile drug court with 40 people. If we lost a probation officer, again, it would be just devastating. And one quick example, today there was a placement review hearing for one of our CSC adjudicated delinquent youth who's 17 years of age. We took a chance. We determined ultimately after a 90-day sex offender program outside the community that it was simply not working for this young man. We allowed him with some reluctance to go back to the community after we decided that we could impose sufficient safeguards to protect the community. There have been weekly probation meetings, weekly therapy with sex offender specialists. He participated in the court's New Vision Summer Academy very successfully with respectful behavior and attitude, and he was respectful, he was focused. He's receiving ongoing community mental health locally. He's currently employed. He's received a wraparound referral and is families receiving wraparound services. He has significant supervision. in the community with his family and by this court's probation staff. He's received psychiatric assessments. The short version is that this is a young man that not all that long ago could have been a state ward, could have been in the Shuano program, could be in that program until he's 21 years of age, costing this county between $300 and $400 per day. It's not about the money, but the $120,000+ a year that's being saved is really being invested back in our community, and this young man is receiving very, very good services that he'll be able to use and employ throughout his life, because he's going to return to the community anyway. He's here and he's successfully thriving. And it's because we have the benefit of our probation staff and the belief of our probation staff in these kinds of things. So,
You know, if I could, I want to concur with what the judge said. Those commissioners that were here in the early 2000s will recall when the caseload was 900 cases, that the judge came and talked to the county board about the fact that we needed to intensify our supervision of these kids, and you made an effort, and the philosophy that the county board adopted at that time was, we're going to put more money into youth services. We're going to try to address these issues early on in people's lives in order to avoid the later, more costly incarcerations and other things that occur. And so you made that decision, and we put money towards this purpose, and it worked. It brought down the numbers, and I think it proved out to be very successful. So I agree with the judge on this, that probation officer position is really a pretty critical position.
thank you.
I'd like to add, I certainly want to give Judge Stowe credit, because, one of the programs that he's involved with, we used to make the joke that the names in our jails, they're the same, it's just the birth dates are different. But we're not having that, because we're not only dealing with the youth that has the problem, but we're dealing with the family that has the problem. And that's a huge, huge program. And we're going to have to see what we can do with, there's going to be a lot of requests for additional monies in this budget. But, we certainly recognize, in whether we can find the money or not, we certainly are not short-sighted in what you've done and what your department does for our community.
It's what our community does as well. Thank you very much, sir. Again, the loss of a liaison officer is not going to be missed by our court. In the last few years, there's been an increase in juvenile personal protection order petitions, which I had hoped would be an anomaly only. I guess we'll see, but I have to believe that with the loss of liaison officers, that increased demand is going to be made and placed on our probation department.
I think we wanted to add to the issue of, as you look at all of the positions that are on the table at this point, if the truancy program is not there as well. And to elaborate a little bit, the liaison officers, as you recall in the special board meetings that you had with the school board a couple months back, looking at that position, they are active, or were active, in the high school and the middle schools. Truancy goes to all the elementary schools as well, and again, there's going to be those concerns of what's happening, what's our resource, who's our go-to contact person. And if both of those are missing, and I can tell you right now, we get the calls daily in the probation department of, you need to come get Johnny, he's out of control. Susie beat up Betty, you need to come over here and help us. And again, one, if we don't even have them on a caseload where we don't have jurisdiction, that's going to be an issue. Let's say they are on probation, we don't have the staffing, if it's cut by 33%, to go and address those issues as well. So it's a cumulative effect. Obviously, you folks are aware of that and going to be addressing it in the next several weeks here. But we want to point that out to you.
Youth Corps is a program that some might view it as a luxury. It certainly has been a wonderful resource for between 10 and 14 young persons who otherwise would likely not be employed. It's on the table for us. It has resulted in, again, some real positive results, not just from the money earned, but from the self-worth that these young persons have found in themselves and what they've done. And community service, again, this may be a luxury that that we can no longer afford. We do have significant placement issues with our adjudicated youth and numerous community team members, and if needed, our probation officers are going to take on that responsibility. And again, I just want to thank you for the, I view this at least as much as a collaboration and teamwork as anything, and you have stepped up every time we've asked anything of you, and I really believe it's resulted in a very successful family court.
Judge, I'm going to ask you probably a tough question for you to answer. And it comes from my view that we can no longer do everything for everybody. So I'm going to ask you, if there was one thing that you wanted to keep out of the cuts that are proposed, what would it be?
I would like to hold on. Someone needs to keep the truancy program, and it's been very successful with the individuals that have overseen it in our court. We're currently down one probation officer. I cannot foresee how we can provide the level of service that I believe the community deserves if we were asked to cut another one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody done? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you all.
Next is EDC. You guys?
No.
There you go.
Thanks, Grace.
Yeah.
Yes, handouts.
Tino brought a crowd.
Tino has provided us with answer to the question of how the other counties and other entities in Grand Traverse County participate in funding the EDC, and I'm passing that out now. Go ahead, Tino, when you're ready.
Thanks, Dennis. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tino Breitup. I'm the Senior Vice President of Economic Development for the Traverse City Area Chamber of Commerce, and I head up the Traverse Bay Economic Development Corporation, which is a 501c3 division of the Traverse City Area Chamber of Commerce. I have with me tonight, I'll start on my left, Terry Burden, who's the head of Great Lakes Stainless in Blair Township. Moving to my right, Brian Brenneman, who is with Altus Brands Corporation in Garfield Township. Jim Childs with OptiTemp Corporation in East Bay Township. And Clyde McKenzie from Tellurix Corporation in East Bay Township. I believe all of you have received in your packet a copy of the letter that I sent to John Syke, as well as the attached documentation, so I brought extra copies in case anyone doesn't have that, but I believe you all do. Okay, you bet. And so I'll do my best to try not to cover the ground that I laid out in the letter that I sent to you in the detailed information on the projects that we have been a part of over the last 3.5 years. What I'd like to do tonight in this PowerPoint presentation before I turn it over to the company officials to talk on our behalf, is to really hit our budget for 2010. Excuse me, our partnerships. Whoa. How do I get back? There we go. Sorry for that. Hit on our budget, our partnerships in the region that we're just very pleased to be a part of. Our results over the course of the last 3.5 years and what we've been able to accomplish thus far in 2010, and our projects and priorities moving forward 2010 and beyond. That's right. You have more detailed information in the document that I just passed out, but I wanted to highlight the breakdown of our annual budget. This year for 2010, we have a total budget of $296,000. The breakdown of that from the public sector, private sector companies, providing $133,000 of that total to our budget, or 45%. Public sector sources, $116,000 for 39%, and a $47,000 category of other, which is Small Business Technology Development Center, some grant administration revenues, and other detailed information that you have on the document I just passed out. And I made a note on the bottom of this too. If you compare our Regional Economic Development Corporation, which covers Leelanau, Benzie, Grand Traverse, and Kalkaska County, to the Northern Lakes Economic Alliance, which covers also a 4-county region, Antrim, Charlevoix, Emmett, and Sheboygan counties. Their total budget compared to ours is $550,000, and they have $250,000 from public sector sources, primarily these 4 counties. You've got Charlevoix and Emmett County investing in the neighborhood of $80,000 apiece. To the Northern Lakes Economic Alliance, and Sheboygan and Antrim County at $50,000 and Sheboygan at $38,000. In terms of partnerships, again, we're very happy to be part of a number of fantastic partnerships. We have our partnership with SCORE, Counselors to America's Small Businesses, that is housed at the Chamber of Commerce. We've worked very closely with the SCORE volunteers that dedicate their time to do small business counseling on behalf of the Chamber and the EDC. They're the most active chapter in the state of Michigan. In 2009, SCORE logged 600 mentoring sessions, 1,600 counseling hours, and 17 workshops that they presented to 130 local entrepreneurs, resulting in 33 new startup companies and 48 new jobs. We also have had a fantastic partnership with the Small Business and Technology Development Center. It's a state of Michigan program, but it's also the regional office is located at the Council of Governments, but the satellite office is located at the Chamber, and these, we have 2 strategic business counselors. They are, again, a cost share operation between the EDC and the Small Business and Technology Development Center. And in 2009, those 2 business counselors served over 180 clients, and there was total economic impact of $1.65 million and 22 jobs created and 13 jobs retained. So lots of small business counseling activity going on. Again, primarily much of that happening in Grand Traverse County. Another fantastic partnership that we have is with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, our community college, NMC, and Michigan Works, again, part of the Council of Governments. Really, this is, I don't want to say our bread and butter, but this is really what we have feet on the ground for in our local regional community. When you talk about economic development, you talk about business retention, business expansion, growth and expansion, and business attraction. To date, we have spent not very much time on trying to recruit new companies in. That costs a lot of money, takes a lot of manpower, and we could probably really easily get through that $300,000 budget in no time going to, trying to recruit and target certain industries and certain companies around the country and attending trade shows. So what we do is we've taken our resources that we have and that we've had over the past years, and we go and visit proactively in partnership with these other organizations, and we meet with companies who are already doing business here. And in 2009, we visited proactively 91 companies. 64 of the 91 retention visits were on Grand Traverse County companies. So that's 70% of our total retention visit activity. And really, the retention visit activity, the projects that come out of this as a result of these visits, that's 80% of our project activity that we end up working at. It's where we uncover the opportunity. At these meetings, key information is revealed from company leadership. They really tell us their story. They're proud to tell us their story. And as a result of them telling the story, we uncover the opportunities and really uncover the pathway of an opportunity, be it workforce development, program and services opportunities, procurement technical assistance opportunities, or financial and incentive opportunities, depending upon, again, the nature of the opportunity that we have before us. Not every company is looking to do an expansion out of state, but many of them are. And when we hear that from companies, we want to make sure that we're able to secure that expansion project in Grand Traverse County versus having it somewhere else in the state of Michigan, or even worse yet, outside of the state. Other key partners that we, again, are fortunate enough to work with, Builders Exchange of Northwest Michigan, I mentioned NMC and the Council of Governments, but also we have great working relationship and partnerships with Traverse Bay Area Intermediate School District, TCAPS, City of Traverse City, Light and Power, Garfield Township, and a great working relationship and partnership with the county. It's been, I think, a relationship that's grown over time. It's strengthened over time. The relationship that I have with John and Jean as staff to the Planning and Development Department, as well as with Brian Crow at the City of Traverse City. We work very closely together, very cooperatively together, and try to do it in a manner where there's no overlapping or any duplication of work in that area. But it's not just company projects that we're all about. We have a variety of tools in the toolbox. The County Revolving Loan Fund is one tool and a variety of tools that we have at our disposal to potentially use. But our work is not just about identifying a company expansion project and then working with that company to expand in Grand Traverse County. In 2009, in mid-July, we held a Manufacturing Diversification Summit in partnership with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. That opportunity, again, was for manufacturing firms, primarily in the automotive sector, looking to diversify into aerospace, medical device, and defense industries. Over 200 people attended that event, and as a result of the opportunity to receive up to $50,000 in grant funds through this special MEDC program, 13 companies in our region received grants from the MEDC for a total of $127,000 in funding. We also work very closely with the Small Business Association of Michigan and the Edward Lowe Foundation, and also, obviously, with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. Those three organizations lead an effort, a statewide effort, that's called the Michigan Top 50 Companies to Watch. Over the last several years, we've gotten more engaged in that opportunity to basically identify companies in our region and basically nominate them to move forward with an application to apply to this program to be selected as a top 50 company to watch in Michigan. Each and every year over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had 3 or 4 companies from northern Michigan that have made it to this list, and they use that. They use this designation as an additional marketing tool for their company. These are the 3 companies that made the Michigan Top 50 Companies to Watch list in 2010, which was held in April of this year. Appia Communications, eFulfillment Services, and Versus Technologies. All 3 companies located in Grand Traverse County. These companies are what we term and others have termed Stage 2 companies, companies that have 10 to 99 employees and $1 million or more in sales. There was also a new award given this year, first time ever award for the Impact Award, winner of the year, and that was from the 2009 class. An award essentially from an individual in that top 50 with the most impact over the course of the 1-year time frame that they were in the top 50 to watch. And that award went to Elfie and Bonnie Alfonso, and Bonnie's here tonight in the audience. But again, a great showing for businesses and companies who are, as you can see by the employment numbers, what the number of employees they have in 2009 and what they're expected to do in 2010. All Stage 2 companies, all making it beyond survivability and looking to grow and thrive within the county. We're also hard at work in Lansing and elsewhere as we fight for sustainable Pure Michigan funding. We all know that tourism, travel and tourism is a huge business for Northern Michigan, huge for Grand Traverse County, and that Pure Michigan funding is really a huge program for our region. In talking to hotel owners around the county several weeks ago, they had indicated that as a result, they believe, as a result of Pure Michigan funding, they're having one of their best years ever in terms of hotel occupancy. But the difference is this. In 2008, which was also a very good year for the hotel industry, their in-state occupancy rate was around 80%. 80% of their occupants were from the state of Michigan, 20% outside of the state. This year, that trend has been 65% of their occupancy has been from inside the state of Michigan, with the remaining coming from outside the state. So with the first ever national Pure Michigan campaign, that seems to be paying dividends very early on. We've been working very closely with county staff to work with MEDC, which is the keeper of, if you will, of the county's revolving loan fund, working to try and find ways to defederalize those funds. Those are HUD funds that come with a lot of strings and a lot of paperwork. And just a lot of time spent within the program to try and get a deal approved by the state of Michigan. We have identified a way, and the state has identified a way, because the state of Wisconsin has found a way to defederalize their revolving loan funds at the local level. So what this would essentially do is take out state oversight and give local control to you as a county. So we're working hard to try and make that happen and take out that state oversight component of it. We're also a very key local partner to the MEDC, Business Leaders for Michigan, and the Michigan Economic Developers Association. MEDA, which is my professional association headquartered in Lansing, has an annual meeting every year. Their annual meeting is next week in Traverse City, Michigan at the Haggerty Center with 150 economic developers descending north, or ascending north, I should say, for the most part, to Traverse City to spend 3 days of time, and hopefully the weekend, next weekend, in our community. And then most recently, our issue of addressing air service and airfares to and from Cherry Capital Airport. While really an overall chamber effort, this is really an economic development effort and an economic development initiative. And from Doug Luciani to Doug DeYoung, our Director of Government Relations, and myself and others in the chamber, very much been a part of this and trying to make a difference so more people will can travel in and out of Grand Traverse County. 2010, our priorities. I think some of you have heard us talk about our development fund, regional broadband initiative. We've been hard at work at that effort over the last year and a half. Economic gardening, or these second stage companies that I mentioned. And then really working to build our network of contacts. With all of the change happening, about to happen in Lansing, we need to basically be out front, trying to continue that whole area of building the network of key contacts in the state. Our Chamber Development Fund is a gap financing program focused on high potential growth companies. It's a fund that is going to be non-competitive in nature with the county's revolving loan fund or any other financing program that exists out there today. What we're seeing is a niche opportunity to finance inventories and receivables on a short-term basis. A lot of companies have the need for that, and a lot of banks won't even touch that type of need for financing. So we're looking at that as an opportunity with our development fund. We've assembled a 5-person board that has investment experience, and we're beginning our implementation of communicating this strategy to companies in the region. I was on Ron Jelly this morning talking about this very program. Here's why we're focused on these Stage 2 companies. When you go to the Edward Lowe Foundation website, youreconomy.org, you take a look at the makeup of Stage 2. You got the majority of companies that are Stage 1 companies. They're startup companies. Startup companies start and either make it, or they start and they don't. And a lot of them don't make it. These Stage 2 companies, as I mentioned, are the companies that have really made it beyond survivability. They've got some semblance maybe of a management team, but not a full management team. They want to grow and thrive. They need a more in-depth focus from somebody to help them do strategic planning. And we believe that this is really where the true growth area lies, in putting more emphasis and more focus and more resources on these types of companies. The 4 gentlemen representing companies here tonight, they're Stage 2 companies, and they're growing. And we've been very happy to be a part of their growth activity in Grand Traverse County. But as you can see, 10.4% of the entities, the companies in Grand Traverse County, 10.4% of the entities, but those 10.4% of the entities represent nearly 44% of the employment. So again, I think it's focused on that specific segment and trying to figure out how they can even add more employees to their company. In 2010's been a busy year. We have worked successfully on the Auto Owners Project in East Bay Township, Grand Traverse Container, Frontier Computer Corporation, Plascon, American Waste, and Peninsula Wholesale. And we just found out today a project that we've been working on for about a year in the city of Traverse City. They are going to the Michigan Economic Growth Authority mega board meeting in Lansing next Tuesday. This is a project that, again, we've been involved with the city of Traverse City staff. It's a company in the Airport Industrial Park, that's all I'll say. But they have been looking at expansion opportunities either in Traverse City, Muncie, Indiana, or Texas. And we've been working with them on and off, and most recently on, over the last 9 to 12 months. And so we're hoping that we'll have an announcement to make next week. Our impact in 2010 thus far on these 6 projects: 99 existing jobs retained, 101 new jobs committed to being created. They haven't been created yet. American Waste is just starting to move into the tower building in Garfield Township, so they haven't created those jobs yet, but the commitment is there to create 40 jobs in the first 6 months and upwards of 150 to 200 over a period of time for their project. And $43.5 million in new private investment committed to being made by these 6 companies in Grand Traverse County. In our body of work over the last 3.5 years, again, it's been a partnership effort all the way along, but you know, we take pride in what we do, and we think what we do is very important to the region and to the county and the community in which we live in. But 911 existing jobs retained, 766 jobs committed to being created, and over $156 million in new private investment. And the bottom line from our perspective is that Grand Traverse County's investment in economic development is a revenue-generating investment. It helps to create and retain jobs, and it increases the tax base. And the county's taxes, as a result of these investments and this expansion activity, goes up. Local units of government, their taxes increase. The Traverse City Area Public School System and NMC and the ISD and others who, you know, have various millages are also realizing a revenue increase as a result of these activities. This is my last slide, and I'd like to leave you with this before I turn it over to Terry. And this is obviously a planned segue into Great Lakes Stainless. But in 2008, we worked with Great Lakes Stainless on their expansion activity in Blair Township. Worked with them for a few months in requesting that an abatement be given on their new investment, not existing investment, but new investment that they were potentially planning to make in Blair Township. As a result of that, they committed to creating 10 new jobs over a 2-year period of time. Over the course of 2008 and 2009, Terry and his team created 18 new jobs. They committed to 10. They created 18. This is where the 18 people live that are the new employees of Great Lakes Stainless. 13 of the 18 are in Grand Traverse County.
I agree.
The other 4 live in 4 different counties. So you've got 18 people working at a company, relatively new employees, working at a company in Blair Township. They live in 5 different counties, and their children, those that have children, go to 10 different schools. And this information, as we asked for, actually I asked for a list of information on their new employees, and Terry and his team put this great map together, and I think it says a lot about, you know, regionalism and regional economic development and how not everything happens in one particular community. It really happens in a regional context. So with that, I'll turn it over to Terry. You can take my seat if you'd like.
I'm Terry Burden. I run Great Lakes Stainless in Blair Township. I live at 909 Harbor Court in Garfield Township. Learned a lot here tonight about EDC. I was pretty up on them, high on them, but they do a whole lot more than what I even known. But as a small business owner, we could see, like with a lot of people in the automotive started going down, well, we were 100% into food equipment service in cafeterias and schools, and we could see those budgets going down. So we knew we needed to reinvent ourselves. We had old equipment that works very well for making cafeteria equipment, but we could see some areas that we needed to get in, that we needed some precision tools. It was going to be a lot of money. So not knowing what to do, I called Tino and said, what can we do? Well, since then, we had the SCORE people. We were part of those folks that got a grant. We had a consultant come in medical. Our medical area is blossoming. It's what's carrying us in the last 3 or 4 months. Lots of hospital expansion, so we're building a lot of hospital cabinetry. So that worked there. Tino and his folks worked long and often for setting all the abatement up. Like most of these guys here, we got so much to do. In what we know how to do, we don't know how to do it. That group does. They work very hard, very diligent with us and for us. They got us the abatement. We had the agreements of hiring, the agreement of spending money. We spent a little over $1 million in some new high-tech equipment that gives us repeatability, which allowed us to have the best year we ever had last year. We make stainless steel doors for clean rooms. We started making, if your baggage does arrive with you at the airport, the baggage moving system we just finished building out the Las Vegas, this new airport. So by getting these abatements and allowed us to make this investment, we blossomed last year, which was again a part of the reason that we were fortunate enough to be named Business of the Year. And that has opened up lots of things from downstate. We've just got 2 nice contracts from that being written up in the Manufacturers Association, bringing new business in. I can't say enough about what they've done to help us and the people in the community. And like I say, you can see all the areas that they're living in and paying taxes. And I know none of us ever want to hear probably again about stimulus, but I think if you commit the money to these folks, it truly is stimulus, because if you give the money to small local business, we're going to do our best to turn it back into employees and more taxes so that it pays for itself. Thank you.
I have a question for you. When you looked at diversifying away from the cafeteria equipment, and you mentioned you called Tino at the EDC, had you been involved with the EDC prior to that, or worked with them before, or?
No. Okay. Just been getting a little bit more involved in the chamber and heard of.
What made you think to call specifically the EDC? How was your awareness of what they did?
Economic development. I thought, well, that's kind of what we're trying to all kind of do, so that's what made me aware of it.
Hello, my name is Jim Childs. I'm president of OptiTemp at 1500 International Drive. I also live in Garfield Township in Silver Farms subdivision. Tino asked if I could talk a little bit about our company and what they've done for us. We were a Traverse City top 10, and we were a Michigan top 50 company last year with Bonnie. And we
expanded, we've been in business 20 years, and we've been expanding each year. We ship over 75% of our product goes worldwide. We have a lot of requests from customers that we move closer to their centers. We have Los Angeles, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and New York East Coast customers that would like us to be closer to them. We've resisted doing that. When it came time to expand, we needed a new building and got a hold of Tino. We were aware of the EDC's buildings. We had seen the one in Peninsula Park, and so we approached Tino about that, and he helped us with East Bay Township securing tax abatements, and they were able to help us with financing on the building, so we chose to go to that one. It's allowed us to expand. We currently have 25 employees. 18 of those are in Grand Traverse County. Payroll is about $1 million, and we also spend over $1 million for goods and services in the area. That's it.
I'm Clyde McKenzie. I'm chairman and CEO of Tellurix Corporation. I live in Empire, but Tino said I could come tonight anyhow. We are the next-door neighbors of Optitemp over on, in the Peninsula Business Park on International Drive. Tellurix is a technology-driven company. Our technology is thermoelectrics. It is a it would take more than 3 minutes to explain it, but we make a module here in Traverse City that is used in solid-state heating and cooling applications, and also in small power generation. We bought our building in 2005, and I believe that the proceeds that came in from the building that we have built, Jim's building. Be that as it may, for the last few years, we have been, I guess, one of the receivers of retention visits. I've gotten to know Tino very well. You'll notice, I think, in the documents that he provided that we are not listed as one of his success stories, but I think we will be. And I consider him successful just in terms of how he manages his relationships around the city and certainly with our company. Let me tell you something specific and then generalize from it. Just a few weeks ago, I called up Tino and told him we want to execute a new plan that is going to require some structured bank funding. We have an existing relationship with the MEDC. There are some things that the MEDC has approached us about, which would further help us with our growth, would take leadership from a commercial bank. We've been a one-bank company for a very long time, and frankly, we had been considering the possibility of possibly looking at other banks in Traverse City. And Tino came over. We put together a package of materials, asked him to look it over, basically presented it to him, walked him through what we wanted to do. And he sat there, and he had about 6 things in mind. He had about 6 banks that he thought he could talk to immediately. And as a matter of fact, he took our package, became the point man, and within a few weeks, we were known to banks that hadn't known us before, 6 of them. 3 of them have expressed interest, and as a matter of fact, we're actively in discussions with 2 right now, with a 3rd one just emerging. But the point is, I couldn't have done that, and I don't have anybody in my company that could have done that. We're talking about a matter of weeks here. So let me generalize from that. I think, you know, my perspective is that markets and communities work best when communication is robust, when there's a lot of information out there and you know how to get it. You're in the flow, but you not only need flow, you need nodes. You need places where you know you can go get information. We've already heard a little bit about that tonight. I think one of the very important things that we know as a Traverse City business is we have a number of people to go to, but certainly Tino and his office, that where we can get useful information, where we can get useful advice, we can make contacts when we need them. And as I think about what's just happened in the last few weeks, it strikes me that if Tino's office wasn't there, how would you do this? How would you replace it? There are people who would like to work as investment bankers to go out and introduce us to people. And there's a compensation structure in there that is virtually unattainable by a small business. We had a phone call that we could make, a meeting that we could set up, and we basically had the opportunity to start something that moved very quickly, put us in a position where I think it's very likely that we're going to have a nice success in terms of the funding that we need. We have 21 employees right now. 14 of them are in Grand Traverse County. Most of them are older than people that have kids in the public schools. But we have a flow of business out ahead of us, a pipeline, if you will, that should easily double our company, and more than that. I don't want to blow too much smoke. We'll do stuff and then we'll tell you about it. But we think we can do that. We couldn't do it if we didn't have funding. We wouldn't have been able to do what we're doing if Tino specifically wasn't available to us and somebody we knew we could call. That's what I have.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Brian Brenneman. I'm one of the owners of Altus Brands here in Traverse City. We're actually in Garfield Township, 484 Welch Court. We are following in the footsteps of OptiTemp. We now occupy their old building. So I hope some of that rubs off on us. I also live in Garfield Township, 1455 Lake Drive on Silver Lake. Altus Brands was founded in 2007 by myself and 2 other partners. And our goal is to acquire small companies and brands in the outdoor products category so that we can leverage distribution, take advantage of economies of scale with purchasing, consolidate manufacturing, customer service, and make these small brands more profitable than what they were on their own. We completed our first acquisition in May of 2008, and we started consolidating in that company's facility out in Colorado. To date, we have 9 brands that we manufacture or warehouse here in Traverse City. So we've gone from 1 to 9 in 2 years, and we're hopefully going to keep going from there, adding a lot more. Since none of the owners were located in Colorado, it made it pretty difficult for us to manage, so we decided to move the business to where one of us could oversee it. My partners are located, one in Florida and one in California, so the competition was between Michigan, Florida, and California. When evaluating each location, I turned to Tino and called him and asked him what programs would be available to make Michigan competitive, and specifically Grand Traverse County because I lived here. And he helped me coordinate with MEDC and Garfield Township, helped me put together a package and a presentation that I wouldn't have known how to do on my own. We were successful, and we obtained a mega grant from Michigan EDC, and we obtained a personal property tax abatement from Garfield Township. And those things combined made Grand Traverse County the most competitive of the scenarios we were looking at. And so about 15 months ago, we located our company here to town. We've committed to adding 25 jobs over 5 years. Our first year, we committed to 5, and we added 8. And all the employees we've hired were out of work at the time. And so I consider that a success that we were able to put them back to work. We've retained all but one since we started. So I think that that speaks to the quality of the people around here. Our commitment at first was only for 6,000 square feet of space, basically half of the OptiTemp building. That lasted about 6 months, and then we took over the other half and have filled it up. And that we hope will continue as well. Without Tino and the help of the EDC, I might not have been able to pull this off, and we might not be located here. We might be located in another state. I've been a finance guy for a long time, and budgeting's never easy, and there's no such thing as an insignificant amount. I know several people have said this is $20,000, and I just wanted to point out that every expenditure has to be scrutinized and weighed for its contribution of good to the organization. And in this case, it's the county. And I don't want to make light of the fact that it's $20,000. That's significant money. The justification to cut an expenditure, though, should be based on the potential benefit to the organization or the return that it brings. And from what I've heard tonight, the EDC brings a lot of benefit and return to this community. And so I just wanted to throw my support behind retaining their funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I guess I'd just like to close by saying, thank you to you as a Board of Commission, previous boards of commissions that have chosen to invest in our efforts as a regional economic development corporation as part of the chamber. It's been like, as I mentioned earlier, a great partnership. You've shown great leadership as a board during the time that I've been able to come before you for various approvals, be they revolving loan fund deals or other types of issues or initiatives with regards to Grand Traverse County. So very hopeful that you'll seriously consider restoring of the $20,000 in your general fund. I think it would send a significant statement and hopefully we've made the case that this investment on your behalf is well worth the dollars, that I know you have very tough decisions to make at the same time. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
I have one comment and two questions. First of all, to the gentleman from Altus brand, I have a pair of your ear protectors in pink, and I have to tell you, on a shooting range, they're great. And it was nice to buy them and see that they were made locally. Tino, if the $20,000 is not in your budget, what impact will that have?
I think that, as I believe highlighted in the letter that I sent, I think you will see an immediate impact on the number of retention visits that we're going to be able to do throughout the region, but specifically I think Grand Traverse County. As you look at again, we don't prorate what we do relative to the county funding that we get from the 4 counties that we represent. I mean, we proactively and react to the opportunities, and a lot of the opportunities happen in Grand Traverse County. But from a proactive perspective, I do believe that we will have to reduce the number of retention visits that were being made. And again, that's 80% of our project activity that we're able to uncover on a proactive basis. So,
and you identify the retention visits as your bread and butter.
Well, that's
well, it's probably easier to keep a business that's already here rather than try to attract a new one.
And that's, the whole concept of the economic gardening is, grow what you already have rather than go out and hunt for new. It's easier, it's cheaper. So from a budgetary perspective, I think it makes, from a cost perspective, it makes much more sense to try and build the relationships with companies in our own backyard and make sure that we're on the ready go when they ask for help, to provide that assistance to allow them to try and at least make a case for expanding in our region versus going out and trying to target companies and industries outside of the state. So I just think we'll see a reduction in the number of retention visits that we do, as well as some of the other things that I highlighted in the letter, but I think the retention piece will be the big one.
Okay.
Last night we made kind of a decision to use part of our fund balance for the 2011 budget year, which is going to give us a little more flexibility in terms of the input we're receiving, not only tonight but for tomorrow night as well, and help us deliberate to a final decision sometime later in the month. My question for you is, of the funding sources that you gave us on your sheet of paper, have they all, to the best of your knowledge, committed to keeping those same number of dollars in their budget for 010?
From the counties?
From the whole list of sources that you have
Yes.
for revenues?
Yes,
As far as you know, everyone is committed?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I think that speaks pretty strongly that there's a lot of areas within Grand Traverse County as well as in the surrounding counties that feel very strongly about your program and the return and the need to continue to invest to bring business in, especially in a declining assessed value environment. So I think your role is pretty critical. So I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. If I can just add to that, the commitment is there, and those are basically dollars in the door in 2010, or accounts receivables that we believe we will have a good chance of collecting. Looking forward to 2011, I can tell you that in conversations with the public sector and the private sector numbers look like they'll increase a little bit in 2011. From the public sector, if you just look at the $20,000 from Benzie County, last year Benzie County was at $13,000, and they jumped from 13 to 20. And this year, we're having conversations with Leelanau County about jumping from their $10,000 into a number somewhere in the $20,000 range. So the commitments are starting to, we're discussing the commitments for 2011 with the other counties. So, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Dennis, did you look any more at the source of funds? Because we have two contributions, 20,000 from the revolving fund and then 20,000 from the general fund.
Mhm.
And you were looking into the opportunity for an additional amount from the revolving fund?
Yes, I made that inquiry, but I'm trying to answer commissioners' questions in the order they've been received, and so we're kind of on a backlog now, and so it'll be done, but we don't have the answer yet.
Take my number. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the, what do you say? It's in the-
Speed dial?
The queue. It's in the queue. That's what it is. But we will have an answer for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody, for coming.
Chief Parker.
Can I pass some stuff out for you?
Just kick me every 15 minutes.
Two different ones? Okay.
Tell him you can start.
That you know, I'm sure know I'm positive.
Okay.
That's please, Commissioner.
Thank you. Pat will let you help with his presentation too, if you want.
Wow. This is different. All are different.
I didn't know what made the...
These are different, right? Two different ones.
Well, one is actually a copy of the PowerPoint,
Okay.
and then another is just some follow-up. And then do you have a copy of actual our request? Is that in your packets?
Yes.
Okay, and our impact?
Yes. So I got an extra.
He said to go ahead without him.
Good evening, all. My name is Pat Parker, and I'm the fire chief of the Grand Traverse Metro Fire Department. I represent the townships of Acme, East Bay, and Garfield, but I'm also here tonight representing the 4 other fire departments in the area, representing Chief Carroll from Blair Township, Chief Vandermay from Peninsula Township, Chief Sedlacek from rural, Grand Traverse Rural, and Chief Teller from Traverse City Fire Department. I'm here tonight to ask you for your consideration to continue the funding of the county's fire and life safety education position and program. We've always felt that the best way to fight fires and prevent and to save lives is to prevent fires and injuries. I understand the daunting task you have ahead of you tonight as you choose one program over other to fund. The program that you're funding is countywide. I think that was one of the goals that we had going in this. All 5 fire departments and all the townships in this county are being represented. We're in year 2 of a 3-year contract. and we'd like to see, the final year of that contract provided. We also have a 30-year partnership with Grand Traverse County. We started this program with you all back in 1980. Metro is on the agenda, but we're just really the fiduciary and the home for the program. It actually is countywide. So we'll talk a little bit about the successes, and that's what I have in the PowerPoint program here. We've concentrated on the high-risk groups. The target audiences that we went after are the youth, of course, school-age children. The Risk Watch program that we currently have, and I'll talk about a little later, reaches 2,000 students in our county. And our traditional fire and burn prevention program reaches approximately 6,000 kids in our area. We also look to senior citizens, and those seniors, we've concentrated on the Remembering When program. A big part of it is a fall prevention program, but it also is a program for fire extinguisher, fire alarms in the homes. We've reached 3,167 older adults. And then an area that really was not being served in our area was the disabled, the hearing impaired, the visually impaired, and the mobility impaired. And we have a customized outreach to those people of 722 in the area. And we've worked with very numerous agencies in the area, such as Area Agency on Aging, the Senior Center, and the Alzheimer's group, and people like that. And you can see from the bell curve in the blue, you can see that injuries from fire deaths and in-home injuries are high when they're young, and they dip down into the 20s and 30s, and then they work their way up. So that's why we're going after those target audiences. This is data we received from Munson. We don't have 2009, but you can see that burns in 07 were 170 to 143 in 08. Drownings, there's actually an increase, all ages from 2 to 6. Falls, there was a increase, a slight decrease. Head injuries, there was an increase. Motor vehicle accidents, an increase, and poisonings, an increase. And a lot of those areas we've touched with our programs customized for all the age groups. This is a slide of the Risk Watch program that we kicked off in Blair Elementary this year. We've seen an increase of 6% in the kids' knowledge from this program, and we actually had the state fire marshal involved, and this is actually slides of the train the trainer for our teachers that day. We have experts from the area, from the prescription shop to the Red Cross to Northlight to Tart Trails, Sheriff's Department, as well as all the fire departments. But you can see on the edges that we're zeroing on motor vehicle safety, fire and burn prevention, choking, suffocation, strangulation, poisoning, water safety, bike and pedestrian safety, firearms injury prevention, and falls prevention. We also did a Risk Watch Light program this year in Kingsley, where we actually were there for 1 week. We had 5 days of programming, and we actually taught 2 lessons to every grade. And you can see from the slides there that we had great cooperation from all the local fire departments and our coalition partners. We participated in the Senior Expo this year, had a great success there, and here's a photo of that program. Because of our outreach and the work we've done, we actually were awarded the Rolf Jensen Award this year. It's an award presented by the National Fire Protection Association for having the best fire and life safety education program in the entire nation. So we were the fire department chosen in the nation, and we were recognized for our program. And along with that came a $5,000 check, which also leveraged your contribution. So that was an awesome accomplishment. We also are very active in the community with our programs, Cherry Festival, NMC, and at all the malls, and anybody that wants programs, we are out there. The photo you have here in the bottom and on the right is the teen night that all the fire departments sponsored at the Cherry Festival, and we had not as great as participation we did the year before, but we had a lot of kids coming and going in there, and we had great participation from all the fire departments. And then lastly, we participated in Heroes Day down at the Cherry Festival, and we reached a couple thousand people there and with all of our other activities. I might talk a little bit about some of our programs, and you can see in the packet that I provided you is we have letters of support from the National Fire Protection Association, from the principals and teachers at Blair. An interesting program was that Jody Scott, who's the teacher at Blair that's helping us with this program, is she has seen over the years many accidents that probably could have been prevented by our programs. Grand Traverse Industries, we have a letter of support there for our deaf and hard of hearing programs. We've gone to Rotary Charities asking for grants. Traverse City Fire Department has supported us in our Traverse City School Outreach Program. Rod Lowe's, the Safety and Environment Director, has supported our Risk Watch program. We've had great successes with that. And then Area Agency on Aging, we actually were the awardee of a grant from NFPA to attend a Train the Trainer, and she accompanied us on those programs, and we've been very supportive in the outreach to the aged. And then lastly in the packet are just a list of all of our partnerships and the coalition members, and I won't go through each one of those, but you can see that they each have a specialty that they work on. We are asking you for your reconsideration of support of this program. We are asking you for $88,000 to continue this program. Metro has taken an additional $47,000 out of our budget to put in addition to this program. As I understand, this program has already been cut in your budget for 2011. We're asking for a reconsideration that you might consider this. We were asked to provide a impact analysis, and in talking to the other fire departments in the area is that they have no money to put to this. So right away you will see no programs in rural, no programs at Blair, no programs on the peninsula, and no programs in the city. Now each of them will try and do a few things, but it will not be a coordinated effort. Metro will still have some programs, but we'll have to move to a part-time position and scale the programs back. So that's the impact it's going to, is the successes that we've had, we will not see. And I guess one of the things that we have seen over the last 2 years is that we've seen contributions of about $20,000 of grants. And we think that with another year in this program, that we can leverage those programs and actually go after some funding to try and keep this program going. So I was asked to keep this to 20 minutes. I think I'm close to that, and I would open it up to any questions that you guys might have.
Well, I sort of feel compelled on one side of the coin that, you know, we really were engaged with you in terms of a partnership that, you know, when you came to us and said, you know, I need a 3-year commitment to fund this fire education program, and we consented to move forward on a yearly basis and make those assessments moving forward, because we only can appropriate on an annualized basis based on our budget policy. None of us really felt that we would be placed in a position on the 3rd year of the potential commitment of having such a dramatic issue with our budget. So I guess the question I have for you, and it's probably a little more detail in the answer you just kind of just gave at the end, you know, if there was a source of funding that we gave for one final year with the understanding that we would no longer fund, I'm just giving you this as an example. I don't speak for the board, but if there was funding available we could find for one more year in 2011, and that the funding would discontinue moving forward in 2012, I mean, to me, I would feel more comfortable that we were providing you a 12-month bridge and fulfilling our commitment, and that you would attempt to or try to find other sources to continue the program in some way, rather than just saying, is just going to end, because if it's going to end, we might as well end it in 11 rather than 12. But, you know, what are your feelings on, you know, the possibility of maintaining this program without our funding?
Well, knowing that, we have about 15 months to find some alternative revenue sources for the program. I think that with the successes that we've had and the statistics that we can show, that we probably can try and find some grants and other revenue sources to do that. I can't speak for the other fire departments, but I do know that we would work hard in the next 15 months to try and find other revenue sources. If the program were to just completely cease right now, I think the chances are that it would probably fall down completely. Metro probably would continue something, but it wouldn't be to the extent that it is today.
And I have just one follow-up question, if I could. In the previous year's budget discussion, there was some information that came forward with the MSU extension, and they potentially would have a similar type of programming, maybe differently executed, or maybe it's focused in a different grouping. But, and I understand you guys were under some discussion with their group, whether there's a possibility of either merging the thing, or working together, or consolidating. Did that ever transpire? Is there anything to that relationship with MSU Extension?
Well, we continue to work with the Safe Kids program. Jen Ritter, you can see from the packet, she's actually one of our coalition partners. We coordinate programs. The programs that she offers, she concentrates on accident prevention for kids. We actually take it, we are handed off from what she does, and we're working on the firearm safety, the bicycle safety, the poisonings, those kind of things. So it's kind of a coordinated effort with them, and so I see us continuing that. But of merging the programs, there really hasn't been any discussion on actually doing that.
Pat, actually, you know, if my memory is correct, these statistics that you're giving us are really probably more in the 14, 15-month range, because we were 6 months into the program before we really got the educator in place and actually got started. So, you know, even though that we're a year and a half, almost 2 years into this program, we really lost the first 6 months that we really weren't able to do a whole lot of stuff. You know, I participated in some of these along the way too, and Larry, your question about the Safe Kids, I know that when we were at Sam's and did the presentations out in front of there with the Metro trucks, Jen was there with one of the county sheriff's patrol cars, and their demonstration was, even though it was a semi-cloudy day, it was 72 degrees, the temperature in that patrol car is like 105 degrees. You know, so when you leave your kid in the car and close the door and go and run into the store, you're cooking the kid, you know. And then we actually created a box to use at the open space area, because we couldn't get a patrol car up there to do that with, but for Heroes Day. And, you know, we've identified very high-risk groups of individuals in our community, and, you know, there's nothing like the call at 3 o'clock in the morning when the power goes out and some lady's oxygen pump won't pump air because she doesn't have electricity, and she's gasping on the phone and can't find the key to unlock the door to get you in. You got to break in the house, and I've made those calls too. So, you know, we need to realize that this is touching a group of individuals in our community that we don't have another way to deal with, you know, and they are very high-risk groups that need our help. And I think we've come a long way in the last year and a half from where we were before, and we're getting much more professional about it, and the partnership list grows, and that's what's most important to me, is this partnership list grows, and we are definitely tying in Northflight Ambulance. We're tying in all of the 5 fire departments, and, you know, MSU Extension. You know, we're going to have discussion with Pat tomorrow night, I think, about MSU Extension.
You know, we know that program in itself is going to be looking significantly different in the next couple of years. We need to educate these kids. We need to make sure we're inspecting the child safety seats so that they're safe when they're on the roads. We're educating them. We're providing them bicycle helmets. We're providing smoke detectors to senior citizens. And we're doing everything that we as a community can do to make it as safe as possible for these high-risk groups.
Thank you, and I also think that the telltale sign of the success of our program has been the fact that the NFPA chose our program as the #1 program in the entire nation for fire and life safety education. And the $5,000 check went a long way to our programs as well.
Pat, could you talk a little bit about you mentioned getting more professional about drawing all of these collaborations together and approaching educating children in these safety areas, well, not only the children, but also the elderly and the disabled. Could you talk a little bit about, Pat, the training that you had for the Blair Township, or I'm sorry, the Blair Elementary School, and the collaboration and, you know, bringing all of the entities together so that it's kind of a one-stop shop for the teachers to be able to teach in all of these areas?
Well, as the slide shown, that the Riskwatch program concentrates on a lot of programs and not just fire prevention. And so we put together a coalition that we hope to keep together. And the interesting part is the Riskwatch program has all these programs already developed. It meets the Michigan model, so that's a wonderful program. Next week, the Blair teacher is going to go to Lansing with our life and safety educator, and we're actually training the trainer with other fire departments and communities in the area to take this program and expand it. One of the interesting things is that we've got 2 other schools here in the area that are looking at this program right now, Grand Traverse Academy and Cortate Elementary. But you can see from the information that I've included that we have Jen Ritter in here from Safe Kids MSU Extension. We have the American Red Cross here doing the choking strangulation. We have Northlight EMS doing the falls prevention program. We have the Grand Traverse Sheriff's Department doing the water safety. Tart Trails doing the bike and pedestrian safety. The firearm injury prevention, we again have the Sheriff's Department working on that. And the pharmacists from the prescription shops doing our poisoning prevention. And then with all of our other fire department partners working together, we're pulling this off. And so the training we had out in Grand brought all these partners together. We brought all the teachers from Blair Elementary in. Half of them were in the morning, and half of them were in the afternoon, so that we could, reach all of them and not shut the school down that day. We actually helped provided resources so that they could do that.
And so it's on a rotating schedule is what I'm understanding. There's a topic per month, and then it's stratified by the different grade levels?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a topic every month. The resources are sent to all the teachers in the elementary school. These are the resources available. The curriculum is sent out, the learning objectives, and how those objectives meet the Michigan model. So it actually is a great program. Blair is just raving about it, and the Riskwatch Light program that we did in Kingsley was a great success. And now Cortate and Grand Traverse Academy would like those programs as well.
Chief, you've heard several other presenters come before us tonight, and we have to make some tough decisions.
Right.
We can't fund everything the way we've been funding. And I'm hearing from you that it is certainly a quality program. It's something that you value very much. I'm hearing that it's something that the other fire departments value it very much. But yet I'm not hearing from the departments that they're willing to donate any funding towards it. What do you believe the possibility is of if the county board were to put some funding, but not what we've done in the past, perhaps dollar for dollar match with Metro, rural, and the city. What do you believe the possibility is of being able to continue the program if we take that avenue?
Okay. I've been told by a lot of the fire departments that they just have no monies to put towards this. I do know, but again, with that approach, I can go back to them and see what they would do. I do know that in Metro, we feel strongly about this and that we would, put some monies toward it. Matter of fact, in 2011, we have $47,000 going in to supplement what we receive from the county. I think, given the time, if we were to be allowed another 15 months, and I'm taking all of 2011 and the next 3 months of this year, and know that we need to go out and really strongly go after grants and other funding sources, that we probably could pull it off. But to have monies coming out of the budgets of the other fire departments towards this, I have been told, at least right now, that's
Well,
That's not
I mean,
doable.
maybe it would be just yours. I don't know. But I guess, and certainly the board has not decided yet.
Right.
Do you fund the corrections officers, the road deputies, the truancy officers, the probation officers, the fire educator? If we could fund it all, we would.
Understand that.
So right now, you are matching about 50 cents on the dollar through Metro.
About, yes. With Metro making up the difference.
Anything else? You done?
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Before you run up here, we're going to take a break till 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I can tell that they're getting impatient.
Not? I'm not. How you doing? Which pickups he want to buy? He's trying to show off my dog. He's got her on the porch. His leg and the dog went out.
I wonder if they get so advanced with that they can do that Vulcan sleeper.
I gotta tell you, it was an education. I honestly don't know how you did what you did for so many years.
I didn't attend.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jason Jones, Parks and Recreation Director, here with Kim Moore, our Aquatic Manager. We'll try not to take up too much time this evening, and we may be the anomaly over the next few days because we're not here asking for more money. The general fund allocation that is coming, or for Parks and Recreation, $27,000, we actually cut $39,000 out of our budget. So we actually are giving back $12,000 of general fund money. We kind of wanted to talk a little bit about where we're at so far in 2010, leading into 2011. And for the first time, the Parks and Recreation Commission actually approved the budget for Parks and Recreation to move on here to the Board of Commissioners. So I want to talk a little bit about the Lutra report. It's been a while since Kim and I have been to update, and we wanted to kind of reiterate some of the things that we're working on within Lutra. The overall theme of the Lutra report, approximately 15 of the 49 recommendations within Lutra are driving the pool from being a predominantly rental-based revenue facility to more of a member-based facility. And that's the overall long-term theme of Lutra's report. So Lutra suggests that the ultimate goal of 1% membership penetration will take 2 to 3 years. Right now, we're at about 0.5% membership penetration. Right now, we're at 0.55% of the population in Grand Traverse County of 86,071 are members of Easling Pool. And the type of penetration, the type of increase in membership numbers, Lutra suggests is going to take 2 to 3 years to fully materialize. It's been kind of an interesting process this fall. We've been working on Lutra for about 10.5 months. This fall was the first opportunity we've had to eliminate some of our major contracts and make those, and follow Lutra's recommendations in scheduling the pool so our members can have more time in the pool and more time to utilize the water. Our 2 biggest single contracts are with TBA as well as the Breakers. Those contracts run fall to fall. So this fall, that our swim lessons for fall started last week.
Oh, they start Saturday.
They start Saturday, excuse me. This is the first opportunity we've had after we started implementing Lutra to make the changes necessary within their recommendations. Lutra also discusses heavily about gross margin associated with pool swimming lessons. And Lutra's definition of gross margin is the percentage of revenue left over after direct expenses are paid, and which is then available to help offset overhead administrative expenses of the pool. Since we've implemented Lutra, or since we've begun the implementation of Lutra, our winter, spring, and summer 2010, we saw 66.1% gross margin associated with our lessons. Lutra wants us to target 77%. We've got a couple graphs here talking about our current wage scenarios. One of the recommendations within Lutra is to eliminate unionized lifeguards, full-time unionized lifeguards, because of the extraordinary costs associated with wages and their personnel expenses. And as I forgot to mention earlier, Lutra's recommendations all build on each other. There are a few recommendations that you can implement singly, but several of them build on each other, and this is one example. Right now, this is what our gross margin has been from winter 2008 all the way through the summer season 2010. The last three seasons were at 66.4, 65.5, and 66.3% for our gross margin percentage. That's with our average hourly cost for lifeguard WSIs in the pool is $17.03. If we were able to
implement the recommendation within Lutra to eliminate our full-time unionized lifeguards, our hourly rate would drop to $11.32, and we would automatically bump up to 77, the targeted amount, 77% for our gross margin in the swimming pool.
What was the timing of the Lutra report when that was received back?
We received that in May 2009. At the July, actually, it was accepted by Parks and Recreation on July 17th. At that meeting, the commission made a motion for me to implement the recommendations within Lutra. And I told the commission it would be my implementation to hire an aquatic manager and have them implement. Kim's been with us for 10.5 months, and she immediately started implementing the Lutra report. And right now, we're 10.5 months into a suggested 24 to 36-month implementation timeline.
Jason, I had a question for you.
Sure.
How many lifeguards do you have who are not unionized?
Be about 25 to 30.
25 to 30 lifeguards? And you only have 2 unionized lifeguards, correct? So you would eliminate 2 unionized lifeguards, and you would drop the average cost per hour from $17 to $11.32?
Correct.
No, no, I don't think so. I think that we would eliminate 2 positions that are at $17. The average cost of everybody collectively is $17 when you look at all the lifeguards together right now?
Based on our within our 2011 budget, we've budgeted for 139, correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, 139,000 hours of pool time for our staff. Divide that by the costs associated with including our 2 full-time lifeguards. Actually, I've got a table I can show you. If we were to, the average cost, including those full-time lifeguards, is $17.03 an hour.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. I thought it was just the 2 lifeguards were $17.03. The other ones are paid at
Okay, well, if it's,
12.
I mean, there's no rush, but I would love to see how you arrived at those numbers.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide that.
Document that.
I know that.
That doesn't sound right, Matt.
Oh, no, it's right. I mean, it's right in terms of the cost. The lifeguards, the full-time lifeguards, I know, for example, at least one of them, Jen, are on defined benefit, and the cost of that lifeguard total to us is somewhere in the, I think it's somewhere in the $80,000 range. Right? We can get you
We
an
can
exact
verify
number
that,
on
but that's probably correct.
It's pretty close.
It's 79 and a little bit.
79
more,
and
but
change.
yeah.
One of the challenges that we have with the union, or with those union employees, is we have the union contract that we're bound to within the pool. At the Parks and Recreation Commission budget hearing, I presented them with the number that without cutting any programs, if we were able to eliminate those full-time unionized lifeguards, we could instantly save the county $79,000.
Jason, I have a question. I heard, and actually it isn't for you, Jen, you said that full-time lifeguard is, the cost of the one is $80,000, yet we've only got $103,000 in the full-time line item for the pool. Oh, the retirement health, okay, I'm sorry. You're right, I'm wrong.
That's okay, I just asked a question to Dean earlier, and he said, well, when you're fresh tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the only part.
To offend you
We
with
did
that
sit with the
comment.
sheriff for 2 hours
The only part of that
today.
analysis that's wrong is that even if you eliminated the 2 unionized lifeguards, the pension, the pension benefit would not go away, it would just be transferred to other people.
For the defined benefit one, that's correct.
The liability would still be there.
The future liability will go
The
on.
future liability will go on, right.
Well, the future liability for the current years would go on, but the future liability by more years that employee staying would go away.
Well, that's true.
It would be a deferred, yeah, that would be deferred.
So far in 2010, these numbers are as of August 31st, where we were exactly 2/3 of the way through the budget. Our revenue on the 31st, we're looking at, we've already realized 71% of our revenues, and we've expended, and this is specifically within Easeling Pool, we've only expended 65.2% of our expenditures, which puts us on pace to have a record year as far as our revenues are concerned in the swimming pool of $272,465, and to have expenditures be at $380,000 versus the $388,000 that were budgeted for 2010. These two projections leave us with a favorable budget variance of $26,101 in 2010. Within the pool, we're projected to come in less, or with our budgeted numbers, less to $26,000.
Jason, I'm sorry. 'Cause this is a question I was going to ask anyway, but is your revenue come in fairly evenly throughout the year? I mean, there's not like a big surge in any particular time of the year or anything?
Actually, our most profitable quarter is fall.
It's the fall, so you're actually suggesting that revenues may increase then beyond even what the rate they've been so far?
That's a very real possibility. And the reason that happens in the fall is because we start our 2 contracts with TBA and the Breakers in the fall.
Oh, okay.
On the high school swim team.
Excuse me, and the high school swim team.
Do they pay up front for the whole year then?
No, they do not. Although we've worked with Dean with some new budgeting policy in order to bill them twice a year instead of billing them once at the end of their contract.
How much of your revenue that you're projecting this year was actual revenue from last year?
We took last year's revenues out of this account.
If I could comment, I reviewed Jason's numbers and I had him reduce his revenue to take that into consideration. He will probably, the pool, because it has my conservatism built into it, that revenue was, I think, a little over $15,000, and that we are not including that, even though it's going to be accounted for in the 2010 year. It has been backed out of this number.
Right now, with if these projections hold true, we are looking at a general fund allocation specifically to the swimming pool being decreased from $133,000 to $107,000. This figure is 15% less than our 10-year average for budget allocation to Easeling Pool. We can go even further into pool utilities, which is not part of the Parks and Recreation budget. It's part of the facilities management budget. Facilities management is on pace to spend about $71,396 in utilities for the swimming pool this year versus their which is quite a decrease.
88,000 is budgeted, so their performance based on those enhancements will be $16,000 better than what we budgeted.
That was for the solar panels?
Well, the solar panels and the new high-efficiency heaters, boilers.
And with that grant funding, they actually replaced 11 63% efficiency boilers and replaced those with 5 94% efficiency boilers, as well as solar panels that pre-temp the water before it enters the new boiler system.
All right, good.
So with the utilities going into the swimming pool, as well as the items directly out of the Parks and Recreation budget, our allocation, the general fund allocation going to the pool is actually 15.7% less than the 10-year average since 2001. And within the presentation, these are our numbers. You can see here our average for the past 10 years has been $126,424. This year, we're projecting to come in at $107,535. If you include the utilities, our average allocation is $212,000, and this year we're going to come in at $178,000.
Wow.
This is specifically for the pool. Moving on, a little bit more information in regards to Parks and Recreation. We talked in our Parks and Rec Commission meeting about Parks and Recreation fund balance. You're all aware of what fund balance is. This year, we're budgeted to use approximately $105,000 from the Parks and Rec fund balance to supplement our revenues, which has been a common practice within the Parks and Recreation Department over the past several years. In the event we use the full budgeted amount in 2010, we're looking at our fund balance dropping down to 7.8%. At 2/3 of the way through the year, we've yet to spend any of our fund balance within the pool, or within the entire Parks and Recreation Fund. In the event, within the next third of the year, in the event we use 50%, just for argument's sake, of that fund balance that was budgeted of $52,300, at the beginning of 2011, our fund balance will be up to 15.1%, which is quite a bit healthier than dropping all the way down to 7.8. Here you can see our trend for fund balance over the past 10 years and where we're looking at for 2010.
Have you left the Lutra report yet? You're moving on beyond that?
Yes. Yeah, this information is related to our entire 208 fund.
Can I get a question from you on?
By all means.
A final one. And I'm going to speak in generalizations, maybe you can just help me understand. You know, back when the Board of Commissioners or the Parks and Rec Commission decided to go out for this Lutra study, the basis was there a way to make the pool more affordable to the county? And would there ever be a possibility of getting to a break even or actually making money on the pool? And then, you know, that was the concept behind it, and we went out and did the Lutra study. And the Lutra study came back with a list of recommendations. What was it their final conclusion that if all the Lutra recommendations were implemented, I don't know what the time period was in the report, that they believe that we could get to a point where you know, there wouldn't be a contribution from the general fund to support the operation of the pool. Is that the conclusion of the report, or was it not?
That was the conclusion of the report, and it required some. One of the major recommendations with that was eliminating those unionized lifeguards. I want to say that Kim's looking up the very last page of the Lutra report combines all of the recommendations within the Lutra report, and it says that we could at one point be approximately $25,000 at $25,000 profit just within Easling Pool. One of the challenges with that, though, is they had a approximately $113,000 recommendation, or a recommendation that would eliminate $113,000 in expenditures by eliminating those full-time unionized lifeguards. So without eliminating those full-time unionized lifeguards, we will not be able to reach the potential that Lutra set forth, and we will not be able to make money in the pool. I mean, according to their report. If we see some ways to expand our revenues, by all means, we'll take those. We'll look into that.
So I guess it would be your representation tonight that if all the areas other than that were implemented over the next 24 months, I mean, you know, I don't know when your end date is for implementing and showing results, that we would still probably have an appropriation of 100,000 plus or whatever that is.
Without making that recommendation, yes.
Right, okay. Now, I guess I'll just, that's good for now.
But one of the things that we'd like to point out is we have seen improvement. It's been hard for us to track this. 10 months into a 36-month implementation timeline, we haven't had the opportunity to see a lot of results, and the results we're seeing have come in really within the past month or so.
All right, okay.
Jason, I've got, when you move on to other parks, I just have one question on Twin Lakes, so please remind me of that. But how are you addressing the part-time labor expense? When you handled the pool in 2007, your part-time labor expense was $92,950,000, okay? In 2008, and again, you handled the pool by yourself, the part-time temporary labor expense was $94,986,000. So you were staying around, the $90,000, $95,000 range. In 2009, it bumped up a little bit to $98,000, and I think that was probably about the time you lost your third full-time lifeguard. But as of the end of July, you were at $82,000 in your part-time expense line item, and you were over expense on your full-time as well. How are you handling that as the year goes forward? Is that, because that's a significant increase in expense, are you addressing that in your projections?
Yeah, I've addressed that in those projections, absolutely. Kim's done a good job. At the beginning of the year, we tried putting more programs in the pool, and we did overspend in our part-time line items. It's evident, and we would all agree on that. Kim's done a great job at cutting back and finding better ways to staff the pool, offering less programs or offering programs that she can combine multiple employees on to cut some costs associated with wages. Summer is always our slowest time of the year, so we can cut some hours there, and spring is typically our busiest. So at this point, we've already seen our busiest, and we're just wrapping up our easiest month easiest season as far as our part-time wages are concerned.
If I could add, just so everyone remembers, as part of the budget process in balancing the 2010 budget, we reduced the appropriation to Parks and Rec by $50,000, and that was earmarked for the pool activity. So their personnel line item budgets, the 702 line item was reduced by $50,000. I've been working with Jason since about April on watching that part-time temporary line item, and we're going to bring a budget adjustment. I think we're going to take it to Parks and Rec initially so they can review it, but we will be able to cover that, and keep in mind that $50,000 was taken out of personnel when they started the year, and we are going to live within the total $380,000 that was budgeted, $388,000, and obviously we need to move funds from non-personnel up to do that, but we will not go over the appropriation to the pool. And we need to put more money in that 703 line item, but we're going to live within the appropriation that the board approved.
So that means you'll live, but we cut 50,000 out.
Correct.
And we'll still be balanced after the 50,000.
Right,
Did we cut the full-time lifeguard position out?
We took the $50,000 out of the 702 line item. There was no rhyme or reason to that. That was just the easiest way for me to go in and make a change. And the reason I went with one line item was because any line item below personnel didn't have $50,000 in it to cut.
What is 702?
It's the full-time and regular part-time FTE position. And looking at, I have seen some, I don't know what the correct term is, but in watching the biweekly payroll for the 703, because I have been very concerned with how that's been tracking as early as April.
And that's part-time.
That's the part-time line item. I had just last week asked Jason, the last 4 or 5 pays, I had noticed a significant reduction in the biweekly charge, and I think that was because of some staffing changes that they've made that I am not capable of speaking, but I was concerned because starting here this weekend, you go back on your fall schedule, and based on my projection, I wanted to be certain with 9 payrolls remaining that we get this budget amendment correct. And, I gave Jason a figure based on how many hours, and Kim and Jason have assured me that they can staff at that level and will be able to cover, the necessary increase for the remainder of the year based on the staffing changes that they've made. And I don't know what those are, but I think it's scheduling primarily.
Any other questions about Lutra or specifically about the pool?
I guess I have one final one. Is the Parks and Rec Commission considering going out and doing a request for proposals to see if other entity would like to manage the facility, or is that something that was discussed but dismissed?
That's coming up in a little bit later in my presentation, and that is something that they have, the Parks and Recreation Commission made a motion during our budget meeting that we go out for a request for qualifications for pool management.
Okay. I guess the question I'd have is, and again, we rely so heavily on the boards and commissions that we appoint to help administer and give guidance and policy on those kinds of things. But I guess the fundamental question is the pool a community asset? Is it best served by the county or another entity? And not everything in government pays for itself, especially other Parks and Rec type programs or facilities that we have, like Power Island, and I don't know what the breakdown is, if we make money or we lose money on the overall operation of the Civic Center, those kinds of things. I mean, certainly, I would guess that we would have certain level of revenue coming in to offset our expenses, but I don't know if government has ever expected Parks and Rec to pay completely for itself or make money. I mean, I don't know if that would be a true statement or not. You have the education and the background.
I do, and I would say before approximately 2005, it was never seriously looked at within the Parks and Recreation industry. We've had some industry leaders, some education or some faculty at Texas A&M, they're kind of a leader right now in Parks and Recreation research, are able to put some metrics with how much of an impact, say, the Civic Center has when we have a softball team. If we didn't have the Civic Center, how many softball tournaments would there be in town? When a softball tournament comes in and they bring 30 teams with them, what does that do for the economy for our local businesses? What does it do for our bars, the hotels, grocery stores, places like that? What does it do for our other services? We could say the same thing just at the Civic Center. We've got softball tournaments that come in, hockey tournaments that come in. We've got skateboarders that actually travel from outside Grand Traverse County that are always stopping at 7-Eleven. It's something that hasn't been seriously looked at within the Parks and Recreation industry other than the past 4 or 5 years. Do we have the knowledge and the background? Absolutely. I've got 3 or 4 DVDs by John Crompton, the guy that's heading up this research, in my office right now if you'd like to look at it.
I think the key is, if I understood you correctly, Jason, what you're talking about is what the economic impact and and how it affects the economy in the community, and that's one thing. I'm going to tell you from my personal experience of 33 years of county budgets, I have never had a Parks Department budget that did not have general fund money in it. Never. And the reason is because because they're specialized programs that serve small populations. Lutra is suggesting if you can get to 1% saturation of your community that use the pool, you're successful. 1% of the whole population. And then the other side of that is you might have 2%, I'm making up numbers here, of the population that are attached to the baseball program. And you might have 3% of the population that uses your passive recreation facility. So it serves small constituencies, so you can't get to the point where you can raise significant enough user fees to make them cost neutral, that it just becomes cost prohibitive. So my experience has been 33 years, I have never had a Parks Department that has not had general fund money in it to support it and supplement what can be raised in terms of revenue. Now, that's an ideal, it's something we should strive for, and when I first heard Jason talking, I was thinking, there's some new techniques out there that allow us to, be a break even. I didn't hear that, but when you roll in the impact on the economy, perhaps it is. It's an investment, not as easily measured. But I believe you're going to always see some general fund support for these programs, if you're going to have them.
Yeah, I just got one final statement, and we can go to another commissioner. It seems to me, as a policy-making board and as your Parks and Rec policy-making board, I know that expenditures and revenues always come involved in it, but it seems to me that as a philosophy in our strategic planning and our mission and vision, how important it is for Parks and Rec in our community, and what level of funding is reasonable to accomplish those goals or those vision statements or the impact to the community. You know, keeping kids busy instead of getting in trouble, having things that families can do and weekend voters can do over Power Island, and all these. It's hard to put a number on the end value in living up here in northern Michigan and having those assets available for everybody. I mean, that's certainly one of the main values that I made a decision of why I wanted to live in Traverse City, when I graduated from college. So I think before we push the panic button on our Parks and Rec resources, and you got all those different components, I think we got to figure out where that value versus the budget is, and then come back and say, is this something we need to trim, or is this something we're going to be happy with at this level? I mean, it seems to me that's where you got to go.
And I would echo Commissioner Inman. I think the citizens of this county have shown over and over again that they highly, highly value parks and recreation resources and assets and use them and are willing to pay for them. And that is one of the things that I think is so great about living in Grand Traverse County is the parks and recreation that is available, that is public and mostly free and available to everyone. And I mean, I think it's fine to go ahead and maybe do your RFQ, but I'm not convinced that going forward with a privatization plan is something that necessarily the public wants, or that it's necessarily going to work for everybody. So,
anyway. And the Parks and Recreation Commission, their intent is for this to be kind of an exploratory RFQ.
Sure.
It's not going to be mandatory that after the RFQ process that they move forward with privatization.
Basically, to see if there is any interest by anyone who's capable of doing that.
Correct.
Okay.
And I have to just correct the term privatization. It's not privatization. Privatization, when you privatize something, you sell it off or you get rid of it. The RFQ, as Jason said, is just to see if there's another entity that might have an interest in running the pool. If so, what would it cost? We do the same thing with Howe Arena. We do the same thing with the T-Bay soccer fields. And it's just, as Jason said, an exploratory RFQ. Jason, I would appreciate the documentation on your contribution margin numbers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. And not to correct you, but actually, I was trying to avoid to use the P word there. And
I always say that.
I know I use it anyway, but actually, privatization often does mean leasing an asset to someone over a long period of time and so forth. It does not mean
I'll
necessarily divesting yourself of it.
No,
So-
no, it does not.
I just need a clarification. Commissioner, when you talk about contribution margin, is that the same as gross margin?
Contribution
As
margin
by Lutra?
is your expense minus your direct costs.
So
Or,
that
I'm
would-
sorry, your revenue minus your direct costs. It's been a long night.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that we're getting the right thing.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, could I just clarify, because I did have that question from earlier. When you say gross margin in the pool, you're talking about income versus expenses. In other words,
Direct
cost-
expenses.
if it-
Direct.
Direct. If it costs $100 to run the pool, you're getting $66 back when you talk about a 66% gross margin, correct?
Right, and actually
But it doesn't
It
include
doesn't-
administrative
Yeah, you have to be
overhead.
careful when you look at.
No, just direct costs.
It's just direct labor
Right.
costs.
Just direct
Because it
costs.
doesn't include the other administrative and overhead costs of the pool.
Correct.
Right.
we've been, within the department, we've been utilizing Lutra as kind of the benchmark for, are we achieving these recommendations? In anticipation of that question, I sent an email to Dave Rowland to ensure that we were utilizing the same numbers to track what he presented within the Lutra report. In his definition, and this is what we went by within the Lutra report, and these are the numbers that Kim and I ran. And I'll quote it. It says, "Call it gross margin and define it as the percentage of revenue left over after direct, as an example, instructor labor, expenses are paid, and which is then available to help offset the overhead and administrative expenses of Easling Pool."
That's it.
And I just want to reiterate or remind the board of something we've discussed a number of times, and it's when we talk about the cost of operation of the Parks Department. I think we can do these things to try to bring the cost more in line. I think that's a great thing to do, but I think also we need to try to revisit with our municipal partners in the community the possibility of a county-wide park system as opposed to township parks, city parks, county parks. I think if there's potential to be more efficient, the greatest potential to be more efficient lies in combining resources and trying to provide the services together, not in a county park, but in a joint park system.
In an authority, and you're exactly right, Dennis.
I guess I would have two comments. First, I think we also have to remind ourselves and remind the community, we have one public swimming pool in this community. We expect that pool to be available for the Coast Guard dive team to work in, and people use it for kayak lessons. We teach our children to swim there. All different types of things that we use that pool for. We make it available to physically and mentally handicapped kids that can't safely go to the lake and swim. We need to remember we have one public pool, and we make that facility available to groups that probably can't cover the full cost of utilizing that pool. And I think there's a value in that. That was the first comment. The second comment is we've spent 40 minutes talking about the swimming pool. We have a lot larger parks and recreation program in this community than just a swimming pool. So I'd like to hear a little bit about the other parks.
All right. On July 21st, I presented 4 budget scenarios to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Scenario number 3 was the scenario that the Parks and Recreation Commission approved, and it had several. It was essentially we cut out several expenditures that we can live with for 2011. We were asked to cut $27,000 of our general fund allocation, and we actually cut $39,288. The departments within our fund that were cut were Parks and Recreation Commission. There were a couple projects that we had budgeted in 2010 that we're simply not going to have any major projects within the Parks and Recreation Department in 2011, other than trying to focus on our revenues and eliminating expenditures throughout the department in order for us to be more self-reliant. The Civic Center saw a $3,300 cut. The baseball program, we're looking at a $40,000 reduction in expenditure based on $4,000, excuse me, by not purchasing as much equipment in 2011 as 2010. In Easling Pool, we were able to cut $23,000 in expenditures related to a couple projects that we have going on in 2010. Power Island, we kind of trimmed the fat on some smaller line items. Twin Lakes, we did the same thing in Howe Arena at $450.
Can I ask you a question on Twin
Sure.
Lakes? You've increased the payroll for Twin Lakes substantially, $32,000 according to my budget page. Why such a substantial increase in payroll? Full-time went from $35,800 to $48,800. That was 2010 versus your 2011 requested. And your part-time temporary, your 2008 budget was $8,000, and it went for 2011 to $22,476. And I don't recall anyone mentioning this during the Parks and Rec budget hearing, so I don't know what the answer is.
Commissioner, are you finding that in the board packet that you received for this meeting, or is this from
No,
Representative Parks and Rec?
this is from our board budget book.
If we could look into that and get back with you, I'm not clear on why those changes would be that
It
dramatic.
just seems like it's an awful substantial increase.
I can tell you why.
Numbers too.
If Jason can answer
The
it.
full-time and regular, we reallocated how Marilyn's time's broken down in the office and reallocated her time, so it's
Oh, I
broken
see.
more representatively, and that's what the full-time and regular is. We can actually eliminate, we can go back to approximately $8,500 because within scenario 3, and I inadvertently put this into the county's budgeting system, that was increased costs associated with a full-time seasonal lifeguard out at Twin Lakes. So we can actually eliminate that even further.
Well, we eliminated that position.
I was proposing that for 2011.
And we didn't
And it
recommend
didn't make it, so that's actually, we can see a decrease in that back to about 8,500.
Okay,
So thanks for asking.
great.
What did he say?
Yeah,
Yeah, 8,500 he had a hard time.
we can use that.
Found some more money.
There you go. So Parks and Recreation's helping
Yes.
out other departments. I hope the other department heads are watching.
Yeah, we like your,
Well, Lori's right behind you,
we like your presentation.
and Chuck's on the other side,
It's all given back.
and Bob.
And then the last thing I wanted to touch on, that's all I was really going to talk about are other parks, simply because the Parks and Recreation Commission has already unanimously approved scenario 3, which is what's presented to you in your packet. If you have any questions about the other parks, I'm happy to answer. I also wanted to let the commission know that Parks and Recreation Commission also voted at the same time to move forward with a RFQ for Easling Pool. So Kim and I have done some research trying to find other RFQs out there that are similar to this scope, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I talked to Lutra Aquatics about being an objective third party to write the RFQ, and he gave us a price of $10,000 to $12,000 to write the RFQ, and I didn't screw up. It's $10,000 to $12,000. Kim and I are working to put together an RFQ for presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission on September 23rd. I say that, and I feel it's necessary for me to bring that to this commission. I also feel it's important that I show you what Lutra suggests about privatization, or about going out for RFQs for the pool. And this is the quote directly from Lutra in regards to, he's provided several recommendations for us to make the pool less of a burden on the general fund. And doing so at this point would just essentially be turning over those profits to a private company. So that's all I have for you today. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Or Larry, if you'd like to talk more about the economic impact of Parks and Rec, I'd be happy to.
No, I just, kind of feeding off Dennis's comments, I don't know if we can ever come to a sort of a middle ground between expenditures and revenues and policy in terms of what we want our citizens to have. I mean, you look at our strategic planning, and it's the health, beauty, all the assets that we have in the county for the utilization of our citizens is the most, ranked one, and then public safety came in two. I don't know if there was any ranking in our strategic planning, but at least we have our top numbers. And I think the citizens in this county, what Ross was saying is absolutely true. I think it's hard to put a number on everything that we've got as an inventory under your leadership and try to put a number on it and a value number on it for the citizens. I mean, the citizens, I think that they value everything that we're doing in that area, and those facilities are, for the most part, highly used and well received. And I think as a community and as a policy-making board, I think we have to recognize that not everything has to pay for itself, and part of the reasons people pay taxes is to have those kind of assets for use for the general public. So,
Jason,
thank you.
Did you passed this out to everybody? Did you mention this?
Oh,
yeah.
We talked
did,
about that
okay.
with Lutra, yeah.
I have a question both for Dennis and for Dean. You talked a little bit about the Parks and Rec fund balance. You have some money in a fund that's Parks and Rec related, right?
Yes.
And I'm guessing the source of those funds where they started was years ago when they didn't spend everything in their budget. They just rolled it and set it aside and said, hey,
Yes.
you guys can use it for something else.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to financial stability, there's no true reason for Parks and Rec necessarily to keep their own fund established, correct?
Yep. As long as you recognize that that we've been budgeting it several years, and as long as you are willing to, so you use general fund money to replace it if it's gone. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you, I'm looking through here and just some of the things, one of the biggest things, really, it's the labor expense is the hugest impact with the recommendations that are left to implement, right? I do have a quick question. Eliminate preschool levels? What are they talking about?
That was a recommendation made by Lutra. I don't see that as a direction that the pool should go at this time. At this
preschool levels.
Preschool level swimming lessons.
Oh.
Those are the ones that fill the fastest.
Okay. And the other thing is fountains, guardrails, railings. They also mentioned something in here about update play options in the shallow area. So are they talking about like something in Kalkaska's pool?
That would be a much larger investment. What I got from the report was suggesting some more play toys, maybe adding one of the small slides, which was actually something we put in the budget but then kind of took out when we knew what the budget situation was like. So just, updating some of the play options.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, that's one of the things we do have updating some of those options in the budget. 743, we've actually got $7,500 in there to help update some of those play options.
So you've been budgeting in some of the funds that you have in the Parks and Rec fund every year, right? The fund balance that you have built up for Parks
Yes.
and Rec, you've been budgeting that in. And in fact, you have some of that budgeted in now. Have you been utilizing that in past years?
In the past, it has been utilized. This year, we're not going to rely as heavily on it, and as I mentioned in one of my slides, we're 2/3 of the way through the year and we haven't utilized any of it yet. In 2002, 2003, 2004, 2008, we actually contributed to our fund balance in the amounts of $90,000, $44,000, $40,000, and $170,000. So yes, we've budgeted, every year we've budgeted, and we've kind of averaged around ballpark $50,000 per year of fund balance going into our operating funds.
Jason, going back to a different part, Twin Lakes, we have not completed the phase of the port project that has the floating dock and those things in it.
That's correct.
What's the status with that? When we hit some grant money, it wasn't adequate to purchase the whole thing. Do we still have that money available to us? We're just waiting for the matching money, or where are we with that?
We need to find new funding sources. We need to be working on new grants specifically for that.
From the beginning?
No,
for that whole
everything
portion of
is-
the project?
For that
everything is-
phase.
right.
For the
Really, we
phase that you're
just don't have
talking about
money for the
related to floating
docking.
dock.
Correct?
So basically, we used all of the funding that we had to complete the other portion of it, and it's just the dock portion that we.
And how much was that, Jason, the dock?
$165,000.
Yeah.
A ridiculous amount of money for a little dock.
Well, the dock goes from, it's several, over 100 feet long. No, I shouldn't say that. Goes essentially from the north end of the lodge all the way to the current beach area. And it's a floating dock system with fishing outlets.
I'd really like to talk about some options in that regard too, but that's a
Great.
different hat. So.
Jason, in one of your slides there, you showed a reduction of 4,000 in your baseball program.
Correct.
And I believe you said that was equipment that you wouldn't be purchasing in 11 additional equipment?
Correct.
I was under the understanding to make that program run that you purchased all new equipment in 2010, is that correct?
That is, we purchased a large portion, yes. And we purchased our equipment based on the number of kids in the program. If we see more kids in the program next year, we will have to purchase more equipment. I've also planned for us to be on a 3 to 5 year rotating cycle where we rotate all of the equipment out. This year, I would foresee us possibly purchasing some new pitching machines to move forward next year. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put us on a rotating replacement program for all of our programs, including Easling Pool, baseball, the computers throughout the entire Parks and Recreation Department, so we don't take one huge hit when we need to replace all the equipment versus piece by piece replacing it over several years.
What's the total cost of the baseball program going to be for 2010? Total cost, everything included, your labor, equipment, everything.
Is that a net cost or a total gross cost?
No, I want a total gross cost.
We're looking at having a profit, I guess you could say, of $25,467.95.
No, that wasn't my question.
I'm sorry.
My question was, what was your gross expenses for that program for the year 2010?
Oh, excuse me, 2010.
That's the first year you had it, correct?
Yep,
It's about
my apologies.
35,000, I think. Here we go.
Our expenditures were $32,543. Our revenues were $36,638.
And that
roughly $4,095.
$95.
Okay.
Part of the challenge with that was with the shortened planning timeline. I didn't have the opportunity to find the number of sponsors necessary, and that could have boosted our revenues by about $8,400.
All right, but Jason, so under those numbers, you made money.
Correct.
And you bought all the equipment.
Correct.
That we bought at the time, but it does not include your time.
Does not include my time.
And you spent a lot of time on it this year, which hopefully you won't have to spend on it next year,
Correct.
setting up the program, but you did spend time this year that doesn't reflect.
Correct.
But your part-time cost is included?
Is included, part-time cost, umpires, yep, all included.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you both.
Well job,
Thank you.
well done.
Thank you.
Yep.
No, the time limit, though.
Mr. Lurchin, did you remember what you were going to say?
He brought notes.
Dicky too.
Wake him up.
No, Bruce.
Dicky too.
The quicker you go, the better we'll like you.
Yes, sir, I got you there.
Not a 6 to 9 deal.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Chuck Lurchin, Director of Veterans Affairs. I'd like to, and I will try and keep it brief, Mr. Chairman, just take just a brief moment for some introductions, reacquaintances, if you will. With us tonight are 3 members of your appointed Veterans Affairs Administrative Committee. Our chairman this year, Jim Wagner, who represents the Vietnam War era veterans. Dr. Russell Wentworth, our World War II representative on the committee, and Jim Tompkins from the Korean War era are with us tonight. All of the committee members, of course, were involved in our special budget hearing, in our regular meetings preparing for this evening, and the 2011 budget as it played itself out. So before you tonight, you do have the department's 2011 budget recommendation from the Veterans Affairs Committee, recommending that the department stay at a minimum at current staffing levels. Your committee deliberated in depth at a special budget meeting and then again at the regular August meeting, looking at all possible staffing scenario, because that is the only place that we could make the cuts that were being requested, weighing the negative effect it would have on the provision of services. We were tasked with reporting to you what effect on the community we could expect if we were to eliminate a Veterans Case Manager, which is the position that is targeted in our department right now. After much deliberation and discussion, we were able to sum it up for you in one word, and that word, to eliminate a position, is devastating. You've heard that word before this presentation tonight. I've also heard catastrophic, and there's a lot of good adjectives floating around out there right now, but truly that sums it up for our department in one word with what we're faced with right now. The question for us became not what can we do without, but the question became what needs to be done. Even at our current staff levels, 2011 will be extremely challenging for our department. The multitude of reasons for the decision the committee came to and the recommendation, those reasons seem endless and is far too large to list for you tonight here. Most of it is obvious and common sense. We're all up on current events. We know what's going on in the world. We know what's going on in our community. So it's the larger picture was certainly taken into account with everything. But as with everything, there is a lot that is under the surface in the provisions that, or the services that we provide that aren't as obvious to the general population or even to this committee for that matter. Therefore, the Veterans Affairs Committee respectfully requests that the department be exempt from any elimination of employees for budget year 2011. As one final caveat, we are already working on some more long-term solutions, including regionalization of services with some of our neighboring counties and the ongoing problems we experience with that, and even possibly an operational millage. But we must get through 2011.
I just want to add that Chuck and I have talked a lot about this, and Dean as well. And we followed the guidelines we were given, and we made this cut, but we concur that we think this is one of those areas, as we've told you before, that I just think it would be pretty difficult to make, and, you know, we're going to give you recommendations when you're ready for them, but this is one that we think should be there.
Can you tell us what the cost of adding this case manager would be, please?
Yep.
I've got those figures.
We passed out to you, but it's, you got it? It's $52,220.
$32,000?
$52,220.
I didn't hear the question. What is that the cost of?
That's the total cost of reinstating the position.
Yeah.
Is that what you were asking?
To retain the position.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
That's correct, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, as would any of your committeemen. They may even have a comment they'd like to share with you also.
I see a small number of trimmings at the end of the budget.
That's the last of the pork. It's gone.
Can you live with those, I guess would be the question.
Yes, we can. It was very interesting.
As long as you get to keep your case manager.
Yes. It was very interesting at the beginning of the committee's special budget meeting. You know, one of the committee men with tons of real-life experience, Dr. Wentworth, actually, was very adamant at the beginning is we can make these cuts. He made that clear to all of his colleagues on the committee that, you know, cuts can be made, but then we shifted gears into, but can we make the cuts? So I don't know if that clears it up a little bit for you, but it was looked at very, very, very closely.
Well, your department actually got an extra, what, 4/10 of a person?
Last year, that's correct.
For this year.
That's correct.
And even with that, you're still falling further behind because of just the incredible increase.
The volume.
The volume of the people who need your services.
Yes.
Obviously, we're not making any decisions tonight. You haven't heard any motions to do this, that, the other thing, but I can't imagine that we would ask, you know, that we would follow through on this, you know, and fund other things. So.
And our timing has to be taken into account too, and timing all the way around is bad. But We track the figures as best we can, but 2011 and 2012, this couldn't have hit my department at a worse time. We're drawing down in Iraq. We're coming off a surge in Afghanistan. You know, those soldiers are going to rotate. If the surge doesn't end, they still have to replace them. We have approximately 3,200 Michigan National Guard activated and deployed right now, and they're coming home, either by being replaced or being brought home for good in 2011 and 2012. So the timing has a lot to do with this also.
I think the other thing that's important to mention is what Mr. Pickard talked about in the public comment, and that Chuck tells you about every year. I guess I'm starting to be where I've been here a long time, but I can remember 9 years ago when I started, and Chuck reported this to you, we were in the $10 to $12 million range in terms of the number of dollars brought back into the community. And it is now $24 million. It's a huge revenue that we bring in because we can provide these services and help these families out. And it would impact our ability to bring in that revenue as well if we didn't have this.
That is inclusive in the devastating portion of it.
But mostly it's the right thing to do.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyway.
So.
Well, that and I happen to sit on the Veterans Committee. But probably more important, and I think Jack tried to address it tonight, Pickard, is a veteran that needs assistance doesn't have a choice of where they can go. They have to go to Chuck's office, and presently I believe we have a 21 to 30 day waiting period.
30.
So if Larry here is a veteran and he qualifies for some services and he needs them, he goes there unless it's an emergency. The quickest he's going to get in there is 21 to 30 days. Here are the men and women of our community and surrounding area that have served their country, and the least we can do is get them in there and try and expedite it as quickly as we can. Most of 2010, I believe we've been in the 14 to 21.
Yes.
But now we're starting to slide the other way, and like Chuck says, with what's occurring across the pond in Iraq and Afghanistan, it's not going to get better for his office because of the veterans being discharged, the ones that are seriously injured or injured at all, the ones that have mental problems. They're soon to open a clinic. When's the clinic gonna?
Our vet center, our long-anticipated vet center, is that they've taken occupancy of the building. The remodeling is complete. They actually will not start seeing patients or clients until about the third week in September, and then they have a grand opening planned for October 15th.
But this is another addition to our community, and it's for the vets that have
adjustment problems.
Yeah, and so they'll have a place, plus the neighboring counties. That's also going to bring an influx of veterans into the area. And how many people is the thing staffed with to begin with?
The vet center is starting out with 6 full-time federal employees. They're soon to add a licensed family and marriage counselor. So they'll start with 7. And just like the tertiary healthcare clinic, which this is separate from, they started out in 2001 with 4. A doctor, a nurse, and 2 support staff, and we're over 36 FT employees or practitioners and clinicians there. And we expect the same from the vet center.
So when you talk about bringing money into the community, I thought the figure was 26 to 27 million. I know Mr. Pickard said 24.
Last year we were at 24.8 million.
Okay.
And This year with the vet center, in 2011, I'd be even more confident we should break 30 million. We actually refer to them as recoveries, commonly referred to, and that is just a tracking that the VA does for us via zip code, essentially. So it's not perfect. Veterans move around a lot, and but those figures are provided to us from Washington, from the VA. And, that's our federal tax dollars going to Washington, what they're sending back to us to care for our veterans.
We listened to a presentation by EDC tonight on the retention of and the creation of jobs in the community over a period of time. And like Chuck says, from 2002 or 2001, we went from 4 to 36, and we're starting out with 7, and depending on the workload, that's also going to increase. And these are good-paying jobs, they're good benefits, they're federal employees, they're members of our community, they move here, their children attend our schools, so his office provides a very important function that you can't get anywhere else. Benzie County, for example, and Chuck spoke a little bit earlier about soliciting some of the other counties. This Chuck's office not only handles all of Grand Traverse County, we also contract with Leelanau County for $36,000, and we handle all their vets. So there isn't any place else to go but back to the Benzie County. Their office is open 1 day a week for 4 hours. Well, if you live in Benzie County and you need help, where do you go? You come to see Chuck up there on Lafreniere, where their office is, and his staff. And I had a conversation with Ross last night, and the job that their staff and Chuck perform up there is really remarkable, and it's nonstop. As they're coming in, there's no planning a day. Well, I'm going to do this, this, and this. I'm going to go to this, this, and this meeting. It's called answer the phone and man the counter, plus your scheduled employment, or your scheduled appointments. So I agree with Ross. I don't see any way that we could stick by our original request to eliminate one person, and that's the only place he has enough money is to get rid of a body, and that would be
devastating.
Devastating, one word, yeah. Plus, why would we want to do that to our veterans? We certainly don't want to.
Are you a veteran?
Pardon?
Are you a veteran?
No, I'm not.
Hi, are.
Are you? Very good.
Well,
My
first-
father's a veteran, my brother-in-law, my uncle, my grandfather.
Wow.
A veteran. My father sits on several boards for veterans in Pennsylvania. Governor appointed board, state board. They go to DC and they lobby for different things. So I think that is a noble thing to be supportive of veterans, and I am, and obviously you are, and I think all of us are here. But I just do have a couple questions on the budget.
Beth, excuse me, I would like to answer your question as to why I'm not a veteran.
Oh, no, I didn't ask why you weren't.
The year, no, I want to share this with you. The year is 1964. I'm roughly the same age as Chairman Wagner. And NAM is, all my friends are going to NAM. I'm going to NAM too. Only I get rejected because I'm deaf in my left ear. Never fear, I talked to an ear specialist. He guarantees me he can probably fix it, Dr. Pike, Donald Pike. So they operate. I'm 17 years old because I got one objective, and that's to get into the Army. That's where I was headed. Well, when I woke up, and 3 days later when they remove all the gauze, I still can't hear. And then they discovered that it's a dead nerve. There's no fixing dead nerves. So I've been my entire life deaf in my left ear, and I'm classified 1Y. 'Tis the only reason I'm not a veteran, and my father served in World War II in the 101st Airborne, so
Well, had you gotten your hearing back and had you gone in the service, you probably would have ended up with a hearing problem anyway, because my father can't hear anything. Neither can my brother-in-law.
It could be my husband's problem, but
It's typical of
But I
me.
did have a couple questions.
I'd be happy to answer the questions for you.
The first question was, did we receive an organizational chart from your department?
We do have one. I don't think you received one. I didn't include it in, I'm sure it's come across in annual committee reports, monthly committee reports, but not one that was included with any of
Okay.
this,
Okay,
so.
they put a bunch of them together, departments. Could I
Yes.
get a copy of that?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay,
sure.
If you just give it to Katie, she'll
Yep.
get it to all of us. The other thing is, Dean, what exactly was the targeted expenditure amount that they were requested to reach for 2011?
Do you have another question? I'll come back to that. I'll get you an
Roughly,
answer.
Roughly 36,000, just a hair over 36,000.
To cut 36,000. as
That's
the
very
budget.
close.
And the 328. Okay. All right. Dennis, did you request phone records one time from the Veterans Department? Did I understand that? You were looking at the quantity and volume of calls, and
Yes.
you were looking at the phone records?
Mhm.
What did that show?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, and I could tell you like Dean, I'll have to get back to you on it, but I recall that it did not show any decrease in phone calls. And I only looked at the first 3 or 4 months of the year for 2 or 3 years. I think the second year went down slightly from the first year, from 2008, but then it went back up in 2010. So I can't remember the volume numbers, Chuck. but-
And yes, it's increasing at this point in time, but even with the slight decreases, we're kind of in a lull or a dip in the wave, if you will, it's still taking up anywhere from 5 to 5.5 hour work man hours a day just to man the phone. Just to man the phone, that's it.
So that's a volume that you track
Yes.
monthly?
Oh, absolutely. Actually, we don't have to, our phone system does.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
great. Could we
that's a
get
great
copies
phone
of that
system.
too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Whatever you want, Randy from Phones can just run a report.
Perfect.
Yeah.
To answer Commissioner Friend's question, if you look at the recommended total in your budget book, their target was $328,165. That was based on the revenue that's generated from the contract with Leelanau County, and we currently have the recommended budget exactly at that amount.
Oh, but then those are cuts that you
That's correct.
went in and
But
made,
Which was
rather
eliminating the position.
Correct.
than- Okay.
So we have the budget that you have in your book exactly at the target that they had to hit.
So did you as well concur with those were the if you were to meet that, is that how you would meet it?
That is the only possible way we could meet it.
We actually, he provided 3 scenarios, four to his board, and one was to meet the request. The board decided not to do that, and we understand why, and all we didn't try to fabricate what would be an appropriate cut. We used the scenario that he provided to his board that met the number. That's what we used.
Okay. Did we have any other departments who came back and just said, we're not making any of the cuts?
No.
Well, I think there's 2 factors that enter into the veterans. Number one, none of the Veterans Administration was ever designed or anticipated the use of National Guard services in harm's way.
Absolutely not.
We have hundreds of thousands of those throughout the country right now that have been put in harm's way, which the VA is going to have to deal with, and it's not just in Grand Traverse County, it's all over the country. The Veterans Boards are going to have a problem. The Veterans Administration in Washington, D.C. is going to have a problem because they simply were never scaled to handle the volume of people that they've now put in harm's way. And, we've got reserves that have served now 3, 4 terms, 5 terms.
Is not uncommon.
I know some that are 3 and 4.
Yes.
So, but most importantly, Russ said earlier, it's the right thing to do.
That's right.
We feel confident we can continue to work on some more permanent solutions. We don't anticipate this to go away anytime soon. But we do need the support in 2011. And if there's no more questions, I would like to invite any of our committeemen who would have anything to say. No? Mr. Tompkins? Is there any more questions for me?
Nope, we're all set. Nope.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Don't make me up here alone.
Come on, Jim. Well, Jim, you can come over and sit with us.
You're not
if you
really
want.
afraid of us,
Make it
are
more
you?
comfortable.
Where? You can have
We got a seat
seat
available
for
right over there.
One thing Larry didn't mention about his career, of course, he didn't go to Vietnam, and I believe him, knowing Larry, that that's what he wanted to do, but he's kind of crazy that way. But, you know, he was a police officer for what, 29 years, Larry?
Yes.
And we know that police officers, firefighters, you have your life on the line every day. And remember, of course, the year that we lost Larry, or Denny Finch.
Denny Finch.
And I think you and he were partners for quite a while.
We were. He hired in 6 weeks after I did.
Because I
We
heard-
spent the first 10 years of our career together.
I remember when you guys came on, you may not believe it, but Larry was kind of thin. And he
Good-looking
had,
guy. Thin, good-looking guy.
well, he had hair,
Yeah.
more hair than he has now. He's
A lot
got
of hair.
So, anyway, speaking of the personnel in Chuck's office, you can't imagine the incredible stress that these people are under, Angela and Jamie and Joe Meredith. And of course, Joe is, talking retirement in not too many years, I think. He's 60 or 61 years old, which of course is a mere child to me. But it takes a long time for these people to get certified. A lot of things the VA won't allow them to do until they go through a certain amount of training and obtain a certain amount of certification, and that takes a certain amount of their time right out of the office to go to some of these places to get these various levels of certification. So, but as Chuck mentioned, we talked a little bit about thinking about some sort of an operational millage. And I've got to tell you, this is the first time, and that was the first time in my life of public service and public employment that I would even talk about more millage. That's one thing whenever I ran for office, told people I will never vote on the commission for any kind of a tax increase. And I remember one year Richard Lewis asked me if I would support I think it was just a fraction of a mill that we could have gone up under Headley, and I told him, I says, Richard, I can't. I have promised people repeatedly that I would not ever vote for a tax increase, and I'm sure some of you folks have done the same thing. I'm not rare in that field, but I know we have operational or special millages for things like the Commission on Aging. And I think we were only talking, Chuck, something like 1/10 of a mill or 3/10 of a mill at the most. But I think it's something to maybe think about and talk about for the future, because I think that could be a real lifesaver for that department. Because I don't see myself how they can continue into the future with just the present level. I shudder to think if somebody really got sick or had to be off for an extended length of time, you just can't stick anybody in there. It just can't be done. But anyway, that's just a few random thoughts. He was a good cop.
So he tells us.
Okay, good. Going up for support, I would like to speak also. Briefly, thank you very much for your time.
Could you identify yourself?
Yes, I am Russell Wentworth, 1035 Quaker Valley, Traverse City, Michigan. I am, I'm sure you realize, a disabled veteran, and I have a quick story to share with you, and then I'll turn the tables over to our chairman. I was for many years chairman of this board. When I arrived in Wichita, from Wichita 22 years ago, I met a fellow named Chuck Lurchin in my very early weeks here, and he said to me, your pension is much less than it ought to be. Somehow, somebody has made some real errors in determining the extent of your disability. He took the ball, ran with it, got a rather substantial increase in my pension. I'm anxious to say two things about that. One, the money is all spent right here at home. Two, it allowed me then the free time to volunteer my services to this community, and I have been active in at least 12 of your major programs in the city, and Chuck and his office made this very possible. So you, I hope, have made a good investment. I do have to tell you that for 2 years I worked to help establish the new college at NMC that handles 4-year enrollees. And I spent 2 years full-time at that job, received an enormous check from the college of $1 a year. The point being here that an awful lot of the money you invest in this office is returned over and over again by the veterans you serve and you help. And I, for one, am very grateful to all of you. Mr. Chairman? Good. Thank you. Jim Wagoner, 837 Rose Street, Traverse City, Vietnam vet. I'm here to make you aware, if you are a veteran, that the Veterans Administration has just determined that Vietnam veterans have a higher rate of cardiovascular disease, which I am involved with, and that disability pensions are available to us because of our exposure to Agent Orange. We have a higher rate of ischemic heart disease, and our office has recently seen at least 24 veterans of the Vietnam era that have applied for compensation through Veterans Affairs. This is something that just came about within the last 6 months, 2 or 3 months. So we should be seeing a higher volume of Vietnam era veterans coming into the office, as well as the current veterans and other veterans that we do see. So I ask you or implore you to consider our request and help us serve our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on.
Moving right along, Lori.
I too thank you for staying as long as you have. It's been a long night. That's a tough, for me to follow some of the other budgets, being my department's function is taxation, which isn't extremely popular.
Isn't so passionate.
Oh, we like it.
Real passionate,
We like
a lot
it
of
fine,
people.
Laura. Go find some more money.
The current budget, my focus early in my presentation is the current budget is based on revenue and base 2010 numbers, and then we adjusted that again. I did provide an organizational chart. The equalization department is comprised of various areas or divisions, as seen in the organizational chart. We have equalization, we have GIS, we have an auditor, and obviously our East Bay assessing function. The current proposed budget cuts, the only way our department could meet the large number was through staff reduction, which would be the elimination of the equalization appraiser position and the GIS technician position. I don't have a problem with this budget approach where we focus on revenue. Obviously, it's the department that I work in. I understand what's happening. I do, however, question the way the budget was implemented, and I'd like to talk about that a little bit if I could. Our department oversees the function that provides 57.2% of your general fund revenue, and yet we're not recognized in that budget for anything. It's zero. So I guess I would question that. I've called many counties, and that's not the case in other counties. It seems to me when we oversee that function, there should be some recognition that there's some revenue involved with taxation and that we oversee that process. The other thing when revenue, as far as revenue goes, is our department also oversees the remonumentation program for the county. As part of that process, we write the grant that the program operates under. The records are stored in our department. Research by surveyors are done in our department. The amount of the grant this year was almost $50,000, and we receive no recognition in the budget for this revenue. Homestead audits are handled by the Equalization Department. Interest is distributed to a county, that is distributed to a county, is deposited into a restricted fund. That fund can only be used for homestead exemptions. However, money in that restricted fund lapses to the county's general fund on December 31st in the year, 3 years after the first distribution of interest. And on each succeeding December 31st thereafter, our department does not receive any revenue recognition for that function that our department performs. The Grand Traverse County Treasurer's Office must certify each deed before it's recorded in the Register of Deeds office. Certification of a deed affirms that the County Treasurer's Office has verified that all taxes have been paid on the property for several years. There is a fee for this certification. Our department reviews all deeds for the Treasurer's Office but receives no revenue recognition for this function in our budget. This can be a very time-consuming process, and accuracy is of the utmost importance for obvious reasons. I would respectfully request that this board recognize revenue in my department that should be properly, I believe, accorded to that department. In addition, as revenue goes, I was told early in this process that if there was a way to increase revenue, that perhaps that might be able to be considered. And one of the propositions that I brought to this board was option 3 of discovery services for non-filing businesses in the county. And that passed the Ways and Means Committee in August of this year. Tax Management, which is one firm that is potential to do that discovery process, is estimated that for the county, they feel that they can find $26,400,000 in taxable value that is not being currently reported.
For Grand Traverse County.
For Grand Traverse County. Now, if you take that $26,400,000 and translate it into what does that mean in county revenue, that's $131,572.32. My second request is that the board allow me to add this revenue to the budget as a revenue item.
Would it be realized in 2011?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
And you'd know by July.
Really? Is it Van Buren County? They hadn't received any yet. Is that right?
They received revenue already. They just haven't received the bill yet.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
Well, what happens if we do it and we don't get it?
You'd know by July is what I'm saying.
Well, but that's in the middle of the year. And if we budget it into the budget, that means we've spent half of it.
I would suggest that I could bring in a lot more revenue than that, and I've made that proposal too.
Well, but your recommendation to the board 2 weeks ago was only to do this. I think that was pretty clear, wasn't it?
You know,
That was the only option that the board approved.
No.
Right.
That was the only, that was
she
what
had
she
recommended.
recommended. Commissioner Friend specifically asked her, what is your recommendation? And she said option 3.
Beth, did I not tell you I'd like to do all three options?
You said you'd like to do all three.
But that's not what you told the board.
Well,
I
I said
don't
that, I told Beth that I
She'd
would
like
like
to
to
do
do
all
all
three,
three
and I said
options.
if you-
I felt probably the first option would not be supported by this board, and if I had to pick an option, if one wasn't supported, it would probably
If
be,
you had your druthers, you'd do all three. If you had to pick one option, you would pick the third option.
That's not what that was not what she said in the meeting. She was asked by you, what is your recommendation, Lori? She didn't say, I would like to do 2 and I would like to do 1. She said, you said, what is your recommendation? And she said, option 3.
That is what she said during the meeting. When I met with her the day before, she said she'd like to do all three.
All I'm saying is the other 8
Fine.
commissioners didn't know that.
Correct.
I watched the film.
Do all three. I'm up for doing all three. Go for it.
I guess my other request, though, is to have, this board has as its goal 5 of the county's strategic plan is a government that encourages risk-taking and innovation to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our services. I'm just asking you to have a little faith. Because I believe I can bring in the revenue, and I think we can prove it by July.
Lori, having done this for years, for about 5 years, and of course, the paper said that I was opposed to the audits. I just think everybody should be audited. So one of the problems with option 1, you've got an exemption of anybody with values less than $50,000, where there's a lot of people with a business with less than that. I know you wouldn't get a lot of money out of them, but the tax applies to everybody.
And if you recall, that one, well, that said 50,000, that was what we were going to farm out to a company, but we were going to try to do all of the accounts.
I never heard that before.
Well, when we presented this in 2004, that was part of our presentation. We were going to do the rest of them ourselves. The smaller accounts I can try to struggle to handle. It was the big accounts I needed some help.
I'm supposed to remember something from 2000.
I'm sorry, I'm apologizing on both counts then, if that's the case, because...
One thing that I do want to address a couple of these things. First of all, I do think Lori deserves we don't have a mechanism to give her credit for the work that they do, the very good work that they do in terms of assisting with the tax collection. I mean, the assessors also have a role in that, the treasurer has a role in that, but if she doesn't do her work in equalization, none of that work makes sense. And so she's absolutely right, we do not account for that, and I agree with her in that. In terms of the remonumentation money that she wants credited for, everybody who has a grant that is cost neutral, they get a revenue and they expend it, and remonumentation expends it, nobody got any credit for that in terms of their budget because it didn't cost anything. So it was in there, it continued, but there was no credit. If I understand what she's saying, I do that grant, but I don't get any, she doesn't take an administrative cost off of it or anything like that. In terms of the homestead exemption, Dean tells me that there's $49,000 in there, and in fact, one of her positions is paid for out of that fund. Now, so I think it's being paid for.
No, you're talking two different things, though, and I think we got to clear that up.
Okay, please.
One is a restricted fund can only be used for homestead, but interest accumulates over a 3-year period. When that you started here in year 1, this interest hits year 3 and it's still in there, at that point in time, it goes into the county's general fund.
like
It's no longer a restricted fund.
We're not currently transferring any money back to the
I-
general.
I'm
This is,
What you're saying is...
I work in Leland as well, and I'm telling you that we keep track of it that way.
But what you're saying is, all right, we misunderstood. The homestead fund is being used to fund a half a position in your office.
Correct.
But you're saying the interest that comes in after that and forever is a result of, it goes in with all the other taxes, and you deserve the same credit for that you do for taxes. I understand, and I agree with that. Having said that, I want the board to understand, this is another one of those places where I totally support the department's request for reinstatement of that equalization staff person. That was one that Dean and I cut because we had to balance this budget. But as you saw in that letter we sent you, or gave you last night, we really believe this is an essential position, and to cut this is only going to really cut our ability to look more into these things.
You're
so.
talking the equalization
Yes, the
position, but
equalization
not the
one.
GIS.
No, the equalization one I'm talking
Okay,
about
well,
now.
I had a question for Lori, because however we count this, that, or the other thing, I think, honestly, I think the whole, I know that Dean and Dennis had to come up with a system for this revenue-based thing. It obviously had some flaws. They admit it had some flaws. So I don't think we really need to talk about that and argue this and the other thing. What, my question is, when you came to the board with the three options, and we, on a close vote, it did approve the third option for you, that is so you could go out and do an RFP and have a company start basically mining the field, if you will, to see what could be discovered. Is that what you're talking about in your letter of August 26th for the 26.4 million?
Yes.
What will come out of that?
Yes.
Okay. What more can you do? Because it's my understanding that you don't need our permission or a vote by this board to go out and find people who aren't paying their taxes.
Right. One of the things that I hope to do, we're continuing, obviously, to go through our role painstakingly right now. I just have an employee just started so that we can look at those parcels, obviously, that I know aren't on the roll. Even when that company comes back with their list, obviously, they're not doing an audit. But we're going to, I hope at that point in time, be able to determine which ones we really need to audit desperately. And obviously, if they're not on the roll at all, and they come back, we're going to have that revenue. It's where we're going to go out and look to see if what they're actually reporting is close to being.
The problem is we're going to be limited by the manpower that we have
Well, no, I
in order
understand
to do
that.
that.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but you talk about you'll know by July, but you're talking more about a final result by July.
No, it's my feeling if I can get, I'm limited to what I'm able to do, but if we can get a company in place in time to give this list to the assessors, which they need for March Board of Review, that we can have that revenue already on our July tax bills.
Okay. And what can you do apart from that with your current office staff? Especially if we don't cut this position?
Yeah, well, we're going through, as I indicated right now, looking for the huge problems that we have. I mean, we're finding some ourselves that.
Okay. So my question is it possible that as you develop more of this information, it's obviously going to be piece by piece, but if you can keep us advised of, we found this, we found this, and we found this, to give us a sense of how much progress is being made toward the goal, it gives us some reassurance that the extra, if we do allocate extra money, how it will be covered. It will also help us in our decision
I'd
to allocate more extra money.
Yeah, it's just like, right after that meeting, Lori came to me and said, Dennis, just what you said, Commissioner, this doesn't prohibit me from going out and looking at those 5 oil wells that aren't doing anything. And I said, absolutely not. I said, do that. But obviously, if we take away another position from her, it makes all that more difficult. So that's why, I just want you to be clear. I support that.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm certainly willing to look at, reinstating the position, but, with some caveats, if you will, as to, that we'll actually see the progress toward the goal and that we don't maybe necessarily have to go out and, hire another company to do something that,
I would very much like to do more of it in-house. We're extremely limited as far as staff. I think we accomplished some miracles for you considering the staff.
Okay.
I think if we were going to go ahead with any of this, that a well-worded article in the paper or a notice in the paper saying, we're going to come after personal property taxes, please, if you're in business, please respond, and we'll allow to do it without penalty or whatever. If it was worded right, you'd get a lot of answers right back.
We've had a little bit of that. I don't know if any of you subscribe to Business News, but obviously it was just in Business News a little bit of an article, but I agree that we need to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah.
Is it,
Lori? Did you happen to read the editorial in Sunday's paper?
I had the staff member bring it in to me. I didn't read it right away because I was on vacation, but.
You know, they were pretty harsh on this board, and they might be the prime ones to do an audit on, just to see, you know, no, I'm serious, I'm dead serious.
We know you are,
Pot
Larry.
called
That's
the
the
kettle,
problem.
the pot called the kettle black. And maybe they need an audit so we can see just how honest they really are.
I thought you didn't read the Record Eagle, or maybe that was Sunny.
I don't.
The,
I absolutely don't.
Sunny.
No, I'm just saying, after that article, did you people see that article?
I didn't see it.
Well, if you're on the
Busy
county
Labor
board of
Day weekend.
commissioners, let me tell you, they sure took a swipe at you. And, you know, there was no basis for that.
No. But all their equipment is personal property.
That's right, and they got some big equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Lori, I guess,
Doesn't spell very good.
I don't even want to go into that discussion.
Lori, it'd make them oil wells look little.
Lori, I guess my question is, who's responsible to decide what property is going to be assessed to tax? Is it the responsibility of the assessor, or is it the responsibility of the equalization department?
As you know, in Michigan, we have a three-step process. We have the assessor assigning the value. The county board of commissioners is statutorily required to make sure that that assessor has those assessments at 50% of true cash value, so you also play a role. And then the state equalization comes in and sees whether the county has done what is their statutory function. So you have three-step process, the first process being the assessor. But you have, as a board, you have a statutory responsibility to see that the assessment rolls and the assessments in them are at 50% of true cash value.
Yep. And that's why I'm opposed to us doing East Bay's assessment.
Oh, absolutely. That's another discussion.
Dennis, question, I mean, just want to,
You've really increased your revenue with having them do East Bays. They were not in very good shape.
That's no reason.
I want to talk about that a little bit too when you talk about revenue. but-
Dennis, I just want to
Yes.
clarify what I'm viewing as your suggestion here, is that we renew, we consider renewing or keeping the equalization position at 52,842, and that we absorb that through this pool of money that we have to add back, and that we have, well, hang on for a second, and that we have ongoing progress reports from her throughout the year, and indeed that money comes in,
Myers is open all night.
there's, then the allocation, for at least 6 months out of the year can come out of the amount that she is bringing in. Is that what your suggestion is, how we handle that?
Well, first of all, the number is 37,208.
37,208.
Okay?
Okay.
And my suggestion was to reestablish the position. My recommendation is to reestablish it out of that pool of money that you have available.
Okay.
Lori has said, is essentially saying, give me some credit for this program we're going to do of revenue that's going to come in.
Right.
And it was $120,000 or $130,000. I'm not comfortable with that number because there's too many things there. First of all, it has to get done in time to get on the March Board of Review. The assessors have to go out and actually assess. They have to pay it, but it can be challenged. And so they have to pay it, right, Lori?
Remember that these that are sending out are going to come back to the assessors, and these are going to be self-reported statements. The assessors is, when you say you have to go out and assess, we're talking personal property, not the real property that they're going out and measuring
so
type of thing.
that's a different variable. They have to self-report what their personal property is, okay? So they're going to report something, and then it's going to be probably approved. So I guess what I'm saying is, if as a fallback, you want to look at this position and you want to say, I think 130,000 may or may not be, we hope it is, but you want to look at putting in $37,000 of revenue, saying, hey, we should at least get 37. I think I could feel comfortable with that, and I think Dean's shaking his head that he could too. So this might be one you can reinstate and show a revenue and not have to go to that fund.
That's what I was going to suggest. I was,
Okay.
137 maybe is too much to bite off, but to stick in 38,000 or 37,000 in revenue, so that basically reinstating the position, so it's, excuse me, so it's revenue, basically neutral, and we still have that pot for, the other problems that we have. I don't think that's real scary. I don't
So
think
it's a
that's.
number thing.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that too.
All right, okay.
That 137,000 could go to the 200,000 that you didn't realize was not in the budget.
We'll see.
Yeah, but it might
Well,
come in at
forget about
15.
the 200,000. Okay, that's, whatever.
Well,
I don't mean forget about it. I mean, the point is that you can't do anything about it. It's not like an extra hole. We have a big hole to fill, whether it's, a little deeper or a little higher, it doesn't really matter at this point. You don't look like creative budgeting, do you?
I personally still like to deal with the money that I have in my hand, not try to speculate
But-
about money that we may get next year.
But Sonny,
And that's the
it's,
discussion
I mean,
had
it's, the whole thing is a moving target. I mean, the whole thing is like, jumping all over the landscape, and we're just sort of thinking, yeah, it's gonna be about here, or maybe it's gonna be over here. We don't really know. We don't know.
I want to remind you, too, that it isn't money that comes in once.
Comes in every year.
So is it annually?
It's an
Let's
annual.
roll,
Yeah,
let's roll along, Nora.
okay.
We're getting
You know,
silly.
I don't know whether to continue with some of this, but I'd like to anyway. Some of the services, obviously, if you're dealing with a department like you're dealing with in my case, when I have to make staffing cuts, I have to make decisions on what I'm not going to do. And anybody that's in this business knows that you're going to have to meet your statutory functions, and the other functions are going to have to be let go. And some of those that are not statutory functions that we're performing now are things like the MTT database, deed certification, the county plat book, the county road map, a remonumentation program. We're working with the local units on their tax maps, auditing, we do auditing of building permits, auditing of on-cappings. We provide a tremendous amount of 911 support for their system upstairs. The GIS database is online, our county webpage maintenance. I mean, some of these things, something has to go if you don't have the staff to do it. And when it comes to the MTT database, one of the things that I recognized was that for the first time in the history of Grand Traverse County, we were seeing a lot of MTT cases, and I knew that, and I knew we had to get a handle on it, and the only way we had to do that in the past was paper files. I mean, I can tell you that the paper files were very nicely filed, and I could pull anything out from those paper files you wanted, but if you asked me a question, I would have to go through those paper files and do the math, and it would take a tremendous amount of time. So I asked staff to help us work on a Microsoft Access database of all of our MTT cases to see where we were. I found out our MTT cases went up 71%. I can answer any question now. I can tell you by unit. I can tell you who instigated the appeal, what happened with the appeal, what's the amount in contention. In doing that, Dennis and Dean have used part of that database to actually cut my budget. So I'm proactive, and it's shot, and I'm shot in the foot.
What are you guys thinking? And you call them friends?
Well, the truth, really, if we wouldn't have had that number, we probably would have cut it more, so.
Dennis, did I detect some stuttering?
I just wanted to say it the correct way.
Okey dokey.
All right.
But she is right, we did use that number to come up with that 167,000 that we cut as a result of tax tribunal issues that are out there. And without that database, we would have been all over the place trying to figure out what that was. So
And
it's
you
very
wouldn't
helpful.
believe how effective that database has been, because Dennis wasn't the only one asking the question. I have the ISD, I have a lot of people, everybody almost that came before you today, asking that question, what's happening to my budget? And so they want to know. It was really a shock to authorities in Grand Traverse County what was happening with our MTT cases. It hasn't happened before.
What was the amount, I'm tired, of the tax
Well, last time
tribunal
we
that
talked, Lori, was it
spent?
74 million or 78? I think it was 74.
74, I think you're right.
Yeah, we initially started with a number
That's in
at
tax tribunal?
67 million, but
And how much did you take out of the budget?
We figured that 50% of those we would lose, which might be a little optimistic, and we said it was about 167,000.
correct.
And I was just going to ask Lori your opinion on counting on losing that $160-some thousand. I mean, does that, what's your opinion of that?
I have some thoughts as to how we can prevent that, but history, and that's another thing the database showed me that I did not know until we developed the database. Typically, these are all stipulated, and I say 100% stipulated by local units of government. And why? Because local units of government get the least amount of the tax bill. In the past, that never hurt the county, because in the past, we didn't have very many. You had a few.
That might.
So if they stipulated, it didn't impact your budget. If that trend continues, and everybody continues to stipulate, if we don't make some changes, which I'm trying to do, you know, we've had meetings, you know, trying to figure out some sort of mechanism, but if that trend continues, it's going to devastate your budget.
And the bigger the taxpayer, like utilities, you
They
stipulate
have
to
bigger
them,
attorneys.
you can't afford to fight them.
Well, and that's, I think that's structurally a state problem. There's something structurally wrong with the way.
Well, I think the law is structurally wrong.
But
anyway, anything else?
I do want to, I do want to go back up if I could. I want to talk about something else. You know, we do auditing, and I want you to recognize the fact that we do auditing. Just for example, classification of property in personal, we have 3 classes: the commercial personal, industrial personal, and utility personal. Why it's so important now, and it wasn't historically important, is now those classes have exemptions attached to them. For instance, the 251 commercial personal has an 18 mil school operating exemption. The industrial personal has an 18 mil school operating exemption and a 6 mil state education tax exemption. So they have a 24 mil exemption attached to it. The utility personal is the only class that does not have an exemption attached to it.
I mean, that's why the utilities are bitching.
So if you look at the utility personal, that's probably coming. You look at the utility personal, I just want you to look at the description because I want to make a point to you. You go down through here, you see oil wells, allied equipment, inventory is not exempt by law, gas wells with oil and gas field equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just want you to get the flavor of what this class is all about. It's no secret that I've been looking at oil wells, and Merit Energy happened to be one of them. There are many oil wells in the county, they happen to be one of them. So I just simply typed in Merit Energy to our countywide database and found that we had 30 accounts in the county. Of those 30 accounts, 8 of those accounts are in the 251 class, which means they're getting an 18 mil school operating exemption. Obviously, they should be in the 551 class with no exemption. Now, I'm pointing this out that this is school revenue, so you can say, well, what does this mean for the county? Well, you know your revenue sharing's been cut, and why was it cut? Because the state is having a very difficult time funding schools. The other area, I mean, we audit all of the special acts roles. IFTs receive they get 50% of the millage rates from our taxing authorities. It's really important to know on those IFTs that what the expiration date of those IFTs are, because at the end of that expiration date, they go back to the ad valorem roll, and then it's 100% of the millage rate that's applied against them. The state is also cut back. We used to have copies of all of the IFTs, and we're always receiving copies, and they no longer send copies. So I performed an audit of our IFT roll this last year. It was about a 3.5-week process, but I had to do that by making a lot of contacts at the state to get this information. Found out that we had 2 IFTs on the roll that had expired. So now they should have been on the ad valorem roll. You should have been receiving 50% more revenue and weren't. So some of these auditing functions are what we do. In going back to East Bay, this is my example there. East Bay Township had a forensic audit. That forensic audit found that 97 building permits were not on the roll in East Bay, and if you remember, our department was ordered to put those building permits on the roll. And if you look at the 5 years before we took over East Bay, they had about a 7% increase a year in taxable value. We took over East Bay Township in November. In February, we had to send out assessment change notices. All we did were building permits. The next year, it was an 11% increase, only putting the building permits on the roll. That translated in revenue to $624,999.62 to all taxing authorities, to Grand Traverse County, $94,764. We also audit building permits in our rolls, and that's the point I'm trying to make. These are, if one person's paying for a house and you have a similar house next door, the expectation is that person is paying for that house as well. I recognize, because like I say, I work with revenue, that no business can operate without revenue generating activity. I believe our department does provide that revenue generating activity. And I believe that if indeed you didn't restore that position, that taxing authorities relying on this assessment, and it would be everybody, every department in the county, because we fund nearly 60% through this taxation, would see more impact on revenue in future years if that position were cut. Tasks that typically raise revenue that we do, as I pointed out here, auditing building permits, the classifications, the Headley postings, the uncappings, the auditing of the special acts rolls, the personal property statements. Something has to give if you don't have the staff to do it. The other thing is, I believe, and Dennis and Dean can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe any increase in taxable value was projected in this current budget.
You're correct.
And as the CPI stands today, it currently stands at 1.6%. We only have 2 more months, so I would expect in 2 more months we're going to stand somewhere between 1.5% and 1.7%. We're going to be about right here because we just have 2 more months of CPI to go.
Dean's not that copacetic, but.
What's that?
Lori, what's the period of time that CPI was developed? Does it run on the state fiscal year, which
no,
is the
it runs. It runs on.
Yeah, because our numbers that I've reported to Ways and Means are not quite that
Well,
good.
this is the required CPI, and I called the state today, so I know this is an accurate number as it stands today.
Well, I mean, the information I have, it hasn't even been updated through. So, I mean, where does the state get this number from?
The Consumer Price Index.
Well, I mean, I have the same information from the U.S. government, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that's what the state uses, so this is more accurate information. I don't have a problem with that.
We'll have Lori and Dean get together right away and check this out.
Well, because you were at 1.1 last night.
That's correct.
And we've discussed that with the board. We're very conservative in our revenue estimate, but we're coming off a tax year where we took revenues up conservatively, and with the negative CPI adjustment, we took a huge hit this year.
Well, but I'm going to ask them to get together tomorrow and
But even
do
if
some
you,
work.
it's just kind of like if you expect to bring in 137,000 from the personal property audit of those who weren't on the books, you're saying, well, maybe you don't want to do 137,000, whatever the number was,
Right.
because that, you might miss the mark. But confident in saying, 40,000 or 50,000. The same thing could be said. If we're looking at 1.6 and you find that to end up being accurate with the state, then you're somewhere 340,000, something like that. Why not do 200,000? If it ends up being 1%, why not do 100,000?
that is certainly something the board should and could consider. You know, we did that last year, and
And we
we
talked about
were
it.
off the
I
mark,
know.
and we were pretty criticized
I'm the
for
only
it,
fiscal
so.
We talked
conservative
about
on
it
this
last night, but we didn't add it to the number.
Yeah, but you still can.
We can
You know, I mean, you
discuss
can
that,
have more
yeah.
discussions of that, and let Dean get with Lori, because if we've got the wrong number, or we were at 1.1, Lori, if it's really at 1.6, well, that, you know, obviously gives us more
Well,
room to work.
yeah, the trend is upward, which is what we've been reporting to you all year, and at this point in time, until that fiscal year is completed, you know, until some date in early October, you're not going to know what that number is.
Lori,
It could decrease, too.
In one letter that you sent to the board, it was an email or a letter, and I haven't read it in a few days, but didn't you indicate, though, that even if the in your letter to the board, didn't you say even if the
I want to make sure I'm not misunderstood on that either, because
Okay.
Christine has asked me.
Yeah,
If you remember
know
in
what I'm talking
Michigan,
about.
we have a strange system. We have assessed values. So if you're asking me about assessed values, I'm going to tell you one thing. If you're asking about taxable, I'm going to tell you something else. Because taxable, obviously, is what our millage is levied against. But it's important to understand that concept, because if you look at historically what's happened, our gap between our taxable value and SEV in 2009 was 25.5, and in 10, it went to 22.48. So obviously, that gap is shrinking, which is going to happen when you have assessments go down.
It's not a good sign of the
No,
economy,
it's-
though.
No.
It's a lot better than a lot of
But
counties.
we still have a
but-
positive
yeah.
gap.
Right,
which-
we still have a positive gap, but there's a misconception that we can correlate the CPI, that if we have SEV here and our
not a direct
CPI goes up this amount, that's what our taxable
Well,
is going to
that's
be.
what I was going to bring up.
Right, and you can't do that. Analysis, it's such a strange beast. Analysis has to be done on each individual parcel, and it's
Right.
because of uncappings and losses
Well,
and
and you've got
additions. If
Headley,
you look
too.
at this, if, for instance, I could predict huge additions, it would be wonderful for what is going to happen to our taxable value. In the past, we used to separate out for Dennis. Okay, we had an increase in Grand Traverse County of 10%. Dennis would ask me, okay, of that 10%, what was new construction? Well, it was, if you recall, it was a lot of
Right.
it, because we used to have a lot of new construction. Well, our new construction has really gone down. So we don't have you have other things too. You don't know what parcel's going to sell, and the following year that parcel's going to uncap. So we have so many, it's just so hard.
So let me ask it a different way, okay, because this is very complicated. Is it possible to have a CPI increase, let's say of 1%? And is it possible that even with that, our revenues could go down?
Yeah.
I believe that with a positive, with that 22% still being the gap, that we're
Okay.
going to have at least some parcels that are going to see the CPI increase.
I understand that, but I'm saying in terms of the total revenue that comes into the county, county, not city, townships, is it possible that we could have a CPI increase, but that the actual revenue we receive goes down? I think it is possible.
It is
but-
possible. It is possible in that you'll remember that we not only are dealing with this formula, but we're also dealing with Headley.
Right.
I mean, if you have a CPI, I mean, Headley, if that increase is large enough, it could trigger a Headley millage reduction. There's so many variables with this.
For the first time in the last couple of years, if you looked at our tax rate request forms, we've had millage reduction
no
fractions of 1, unheard
Right,
of.
which means no change in
No
the
change.
millage rate. I think
And-
that's 3 years in a
And if we're
row.
going to see taxable go up, you're going to see that millage reduction fraction. How much it'll impact it,
Should be minor, but.
yeah, it should be minor.
So since it's 10 o'clock at night, do you think that Dean and you could discuss that tomorrow and come back with maybe?
Well, we're good to go another hour on this topic if you want.
I'm getting getting lost in the numbers.
Well, the only, where I'm trying to go with this is if you, that same scenario when we're talking about the difference between the assessed and taxable, last year we had the most unusual circumstance that our SEV went down and our taxable went down for the first time, but it was because we had a negative CPI last year for the first time ever. It's really important to understand what's happening to our numbers.
Lori, remember, we were trying to even figure out if there was a negative CPI, whether it actually went negative or if it was neutral, and it stayed,
in fact, we were waiting for attorneys' opinions to see if that was going to happen.
Right. Well, we're kind of hoping they'd restore the millage rate reduction, but that will never happen.
Yeah.
We did find that out.
We're getting a long ways from our budget now.
What I wanted to, I would typically never, ever, ever give this number because it's early, but some very, very rough numbers for Grand Traverse County. We're showing a minus 4.19% county equalized value decrease in our residential class. Now, the reason I give you this class is it represents better than 75% of your total. But we do have the positive CPI.
We think.
I'm quite sure with 2 months left that unless something so bad happens that you'll be dealing with more than what you're dealing with on these next 2 days. The other thing I wanted to touch on, and it's not fair if I don't touch on it, is how important I feel GIS is to our operations and to the county. There was a study done, you listen to the EDC and the impact that they have, but there was a study done by a firm that sells digital parcel information nationwide on what sort of impact do you have when you put that information, digital tax maps, out on the web for people to use. And what they found was improved real estate information operations. There was an attraction of outside economic dollars because people could find this information and you could have people coming into the community from other areas. Long-term improvement in the built environment, reduced insurance premiums, and we could go on and on. When you get it, things that we're able to do now that we have our mapping digital, we can do a compare to our roll on the map and make sure that we aren't missing. You wouldn't believe the number of parcels we put on the roll that weren't on the roll before. The things that you can do because we have this information digital is just phenomenal.
What's the dollar amount equated to that position?
Which one?
GIS technician.
57,200, well, I remember 9, that's the total.
57,268
67, GIS.
They went on to say the transition from quill pen to digital data models enables everyone to do their jobs better, increased local confidence, enhances the area's desirability, location, higher valuations, and subsequent increased property tax levies. There was a study done that, from actually a federal funded study, that to do digital tax maps as opposed to the old paper tax maps that we used to do, it's 80% more cost effective. And I think we're showing that with our local units when we're doing those tax maps for them, which is why we've had good local unit support in doing those tax maps. Because we have the digital data, we're able to produce something like the county plat book, which I think is not only a revenue source for the county, but it's also, I believe, good PR for the county. A lot of people like those plat books. It's really interesting to see the time of the year that the sales, start. Obviously, really popular around hunting season, but this is something, this would be something that we'd have to, at some point, just give up if we lose somebody in that GIS position, because we do assist the County Road Commission with their county road map. That's now done locally. We can't do it all if we lose the people to do it. My department was asked, a lot of functions we're asked to do, like the financial overview for bonding agencies, which is huge for the county in the bond rating. And I don't know how much the financial overview helps those bonding agencies, but I believe because we were asked to do it, that it played a function.
It helps a lot, Lori.
So, some of those types of activities, if we don't have the help, we can't do them. This was a letter from the Parks and Recreation commission, talking about our GIS system, where if you look in that letter, it says the county has saved many dollars and have received millions of dollars in grant funding through our assistance, Maple Bay Farms and others. Comes from our GIS system. So again, just like the EDC talked about, we bring in and we assist just numerous agencies with their grant applications because we use the GIS system to do that. And so I didn't want to just talk about the equalization side of it. I think there's a huge revenue impact from the GIS side of it as well.
He'll be down to see you tomorrow morning.
I guess the only question
I don't know if I can
had-
get up tomorrow morning now.
I've read too many
Sleep then,
papers
okay.
here and looked at too many numbers. I believe GIS was asked to cut like $25,000 from their budget center.
But remember that we told the departments that they could look at their departments under their jurisdiction collectively. That's how we approached this. So when Lori looked at it and did what she could, she looked at GIS, she looked at equalization together. So you'll find in the budget, sometimes in one of the departments under a department head got a bigger cut and a smaller one in the other one because they were able, that was where they thought it was most achievable.
So in other words, the $94,000 that GIS and equalization made together was what they were asked to make.
Well, is that correct? They weren't able to come up with the total number that we needed to make to balance that budget. We had to add the equalization. Lori did not.
We balanced originally to the original number that we were given, and then all of a sudden I was given another number.
Well, just for the record, though, the original number, when we met, we indicated that it didn't include the increase in personnel costs. So, I mean, this is going to come up. I'm not arguing with Lori.
Remember when I told you we gave them a budget total and we gave them a cut total, and we said the budget total was, some people heard that, some people didn't, and, it was probably part of the way we communicated it. She met the cut total, didn't meet the budget total.
Any other questions?
No, I think we need to talk trash.
Thanks, Lori.
Talk trash.
How'd you draw the short straw last?
One right, Jimmy, right?
Bob Ostrad, Resource Recovery Department Manager. I'd like to go over the 2011 budget with you. The expenditures of the budget are $359,000 and revenues are $342,000. It results in a deficit of about $17,000. I propose that the deficit would be covered by the fund balance, which is estimated to be about $274,000 at the end of 2010. Some of the budget highlights are there is no funding set aside for drop-off recycling stations. The landfill surcharge has been reduced from $7.50 to $4.50 a ton. Every department except for brush drop-off has been reduced compared to the 2010 budget. Administration costs is cut about $4,000. Education outreach about $2,500, and we've been able to save quite a bit on the household hazardous waste collections, which was reduced about $13,500. A small increase in the brush drop-off side of about $250. We've seen an increase in our grinding operation at the facility. And what I prepared, I've tried to look at the different programs and try to look at them as far as what it costs, as far as labor and fringe on each of the different programs. And in your packet, you'll see an overview of the Resource Recovery Department 2011 budget. And again, it just shows the cost of the budget at $359,000, and then a breakdown of the different functions of the department. The cost includes a full-time manager, full-time marketing and education specialist, three-quarter-time clerk, and we do have a seasonal tenant that works at the brush drop-off site. The cost of administration is $150,000. And I've got it broken out by labor and fringe, commodities, contractual service, and so forth, to give you an idea of how much labor is spent in administration. I did my best to try to figure out how much time is spent on each different program. My time, the marketing education specialist time, and as well as the clerk's time. Cost of marketing education is estimated about $82,000. Of course, this includes the labor and fringe, which is about 82% of the budget. And then we also have our advertising and marketing, which comes in about $15,000. That is about $5,000 less than our 2010 budget. We are going to concentrate more on advertising and education within the community in the curbside recycling district. Less money will be spent on printing and advertising in paper and so forth. So we're going to try to get more out into the community and promote our programs face to face, I guess you'd say.
I think you said the figure, how much is your fund balance projected to be at the end of this year?
At the end of the year, I project about $275,000.
Okay. And we're only budgeting a fairly small amount for next year then?
Correct.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry if I'm getting away from your presentation here, but the Resource Recovery Council did vote to take the whole county, make the whole county a curbside district.
That is correct.
And eliminate the drop-offs.
Eliminate the drop-off stations.
Have both those items been approved by the Board of Public Works then?
They have all went to the Board of Public Works. They have approved the eliminate the funding of the drop-off stations. They would like to see a plan on going curbside countywide, and I'm prepared to provide that to them at this month's meeting.
So if they approve it, it means that anyone offering trash removal services in the county has to offer a recycling program.
Correct.
Curbside recycling.
For residential.
For residential.
Which they do
Yeah.
at this point.
And do now.
Yes, all the trash haulers offer residential recycling curbside.
It's not like you're creating a situation where somebody would have to start doing something that they aren't willing to do already.
Right. And the removal of these drop sites is, I think, about a $300,000. 360 cost reduction. So we've dumped that off of our budget, so.
And that couples with American Waste's decision to open up a free drop-off.
Right, and they're going to have a drop site for people to come put their recyclables. So it's not like it's going away. It'll still be available.
Which I really give a lot of credit to Bob for negotiating with them to say, we need this for the public.
We wanted to make one centralized drop-off facility. We still have a number of multi-units that need some type of recycling. Unless the landlord provides on-site recycling, they probably won't be able to recycle. But here at this facility, they will be able to recycle 24 hours a day. And I think also in your packet, I've got a transition plan for elimination of the county-funded drop-off recycling stations that has a map in there that I tried to show a 10-mile radius of where the new facility, and just, you know, how much that covers and what, if people want to use the facility, what the distance would be to get that facility. That was the, are you done? Yeah. The question I had was, this discussion we've had previously regarding a possible transition plan for the drop-off bins, and it's been discussed with some of the supervisors, and I guess one of the suggestions I had to Dennis and to the board was, I know that you have gone around, I don't know if you've done your second round to the various local units of government to find out exactly what they're doing and what they're planning on doing. Some of them are just now getting together with other townships to start talking about it, and then we're running out of time here. And they've come to me and said, at least in the areas where I represent, is do we have a transition plan if we eventually come to some agreement prior to the end of the year? You know, can we bridge this thing, give enough public notice, those kinds of things, or they just get picked up one day and they just disappear? So, you know, I know that that's part of, that's one viewpoint, but the other viewpoint is how much notice are we going to give to the public, the townships? And, because they're not hearing the message. They,
Well,
you know,
I mean,
they
well,
still think that the
They're
agreement
here
could be
and they're
extended.
not listening.
Well, no, Sonny, because, you know, they've come back and said, I know, this is a good time for you to go to the restroom.
No, it's not.
But here's the deal. You know, they still think, hey, you know, if we all don't come up with the plan, that this thing can get extended by 90 days, 6 months.
They can
We can
extend
bridge
it.
this thing over. I mean, we got to be clear to these folks.
Well, I think Bob has
about
gone.
what's real and what's
Bob-
not real.
Bob has gone once, and we've talked, and you're going on your second round, correct? To meet with each and every one of them, and you've done some of those, Bob? The second rounds?
I've done one round, and we'll be starting on the second round, but to go out in the second round, I want to make sure what I was going to present to them. Is if the funding's going away for the drop-off stations, then, you know, there's alternatives for, you know, for continued recycling, you know, within the different
But it was,
county
I mean,
areas.
but the Resource Recovery Council several months ago said curbside, countywide, has to be available, and we're eliminating the drop-offs in January of 2011.
At the county expense.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Townships can
But
still fund it.
here's my point. Here's my
But the question I'm getting, Bob, like Larry's getting, and I'll give you an example, say Paradise Mayfield. Well, how much would it cost if we kept that here?
Well, that's what,
That's a
and
contract
Bob's
between
gonna,
them and
Bob's
Minnesota
willing to
Waste.
help with that.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I says, as far as I know, Bob's gonna be making another round, and he should be able to answer
Here's
all
my
of it.
point in my report to Acme Township this month, okay? They come back with an answer, because, you know, I went over this whole thing with them. You guys got, you know, I know that you're in the process of potentially putting a bid together with the city of Traverse City and Peninsula and those kinds of things. They did not know that the county voted, the Board of Publics voted to make the countywide curbside. They did not know that.
They were at the table.
I'm telling you, the township trustees.
Two things about it.
The members
Number
of
one-
those boards do not know this. I don't know if it's a
Well, the
communication
representatives
problem.
aren't taking it back to their boards
telling you,
because the boards were invited
these
to
boards
many of
don't know.
these.
Number one,
processes.
they had a board representative at the table when the discussion was had. But number two, you have to remember, the county cannot designate the county-wide curbside. It is the responsibility of the townships to designate the
understand
curbside
I
area.
understand it.
So the Board of Public Works, the Resource Recovery Council can sit here all day long and say, Grand Traverse County is curbside accessible from one end to the other. But unless the townships ratify and pass that ordinance, it does not apply in those townships. It is, the intergovernmental agreement gives the sole authority by which to designate the curbside district to the township.
I understand that.
Well,
But
so-
what they didn't
but-
know was
but
is
we-
the Board of Public
the Board
Works
of
took that
Public Works,
action.
it doesn't make any difference, because the fact is, we've told them over and over and over that the county should be curbside from one end to the other, and that the county is going to discontinue the drop-off site.
But Sonny, can't.
All I'm saying is, how do we communicate that? Because they're not getting the message.
Well, Bob's gonna go back a second round.
I mean,
No.
the township trustees do not know that.
Well,
they're
let me
not
just say
listening.
this.
The supervisors aren't taking it to them.
Listen, there's a couple
Get back
things.
to the budget.
First of all, yeah,
Well, that has to deal with the transition plan.
you do have, Larry, you do have representatives from those townships that were involved in this. Now, it sounds to me, and I don't know this, but it sounds to me like they did not take the information back to their township boards. Okay, that's not something
That's
that
not
we
my
can do,
responsibility.
but
Yeah, but Dennis, that's not necessarily true, because, for example, Mayfield Township, there isn't anybody from that board that attends the BPW meetings.
not BPW meetings, but we're talking about when they had the committee that was set up, that everybody was invited to. Now, Mayfield may not have attended, Paradise was there.
Yeah.
Paradise was there. And the point is, there's no reason to argue about this. Bob will go back and tell everybody again. But I think, Sonny, based on what you said about the townships have to decide whether they're curbside or not, but can't we do something through the licensing where we can say all the haulers must offer it?
You can do it through the
And
licensing,
that's
but
what-
as far as the declaration of curbside district, this is a responsibility of the township.
But what I'm saying is if we can't get that, we can assure that everybody has access to it. When the guy comes to your house, even if you're not in the curbside district, if we do something through the licensing mechanism, and that guy says, I want recycling, they would have to provide it.
And I've looked through some of the legal opinions that have been provided in the past, And it looks like the Board of Commissioners can make a recommendation that the entire county go curbside, but it'd be up to the Board of Public Works to make that happen. The Resource Recovery Department, the council has voted unanimously to go countywide curbside. The next step would be to present a map to the Board of Public Works for their approval to go curbside.
I think BPW approved it too, didn't they?
I don't know.
Not yet. They haven't approved to go curbside yet.
The important thing here is this discussion probably needs to go on at another time.
I understand that.
But the transition plan and this budget, which is the reason we're here tonight, says it goes away January 1st.
Okay.
If you want something different,
That's why I'm bringing it
you
up.
need to engage the Resource Recovery Council, and you
Because if
certainly
that's-
need to adjust the budget.
If that's indeed the direction, then we need to get something out saying, listen, folks, you got 60 days notice.
We don't have to.
We don't have to. That agreement is
none of our
between the
business.
Board of Public
That's
Works and
not us.
townships.
Somebody's got to send a notice out. I don't know what entity it
The
is.
township still have to approve
You know, if it's
it
the
one
Board
by
of Public
one.
Works, all the local units of government, if somebody needs to send a message out that this is the action that's
They've
taken,
been told.
and we're giving you 60 days notice, the bends are getting pulled.
And-
then we have another alternative for you, and that's that centralized area
Yes.
for, all I'm saying is,
Yeah.
let's figure out who the communication piece should come from and get it out.
I'll work with Bob on that, and we'll make sure that gets out.
Townships could run it themselves, right?
Absolutely,
Sure.
that's still a possibility.
Yeah.
And we could help them through PA 138 or
East
whatever
Bay
they
and
want to do.
Peninsula are probably gonna do that.
Yep.
You know, and
You got anything else on your budget?
If it's curbside, we would like to
I guess the only part of this budget that's truly a discussion for this board is whether or not we're gonna support the $4.50 surcharge.
That's right,
Because that is a charge that this board is responsible for.
and that's all.
And that is the sole part of
Yes.
this budget that is truly the responsibility of this board, is whether or not we will adopt the $4.50 a ton
Well, I
surcharge.
have to correct that a little bit, Sonny. This board has the responsibility ultimately to adopt the budget. You do have that responsibility.
Well,
But the surcharge is also your responsibility, and it's different than you, for all your other departments. And the current surcharge ends at the end of this year and needs to be addressed, I think, one way or another.
You know, when I came on 1/1 of 2007, the three old-timers that are here tonight told us newcomers that the surcharge was going away next year. And I'm wondering what kind of a calendar they're using.
Well, Sonny's wondering that,
Well,
too.
the current
I've been bitching about it for 20 years. So
The current surcharge is funding the program, and if the surcharge goes away, you guys need to figure out a different way to fund this program, if it's through PA 69 or the
No,
other
I'm fine with
programs.
I'm fine with the $4 deal.
But we are reducing the surcharge to meet our budget, and I think, personally, I think until we figure out another funding source, we need the surcharge to manage it.
And remember,
because we will just
I
cut
agree.
our department away, otherwise with no funding.
As
No, I
Jim
agree.
said, they're reducing the surcharge from $7.50 to $4.50.
Yes.
And remember, it was a year ago, or 2 years ago, we reduced it from $9 to $7.50. So
But it
it's
used to
actually
be
going
50
from.
cents.
no.
But that was
we
when it
want-
was on, that was when it was.
on the yardage.
On the yardage,
It was on the
not on
yardage, not by the
tonnage.
tonnage.
Yep.
We changed the
So we're
formula.
basically at the $1.50 per yard that we were at in probably 2005, 2004, 2005.
When I was here, it was
Well,
that.
well,
It was $1.50 a yard, and I think that changed in about 2004, 2005.
Yes.
Is when it went up the first time.
Yes.
I'm cool on the recommendation.
Well, I just have one final comment on this process. It is late, you guys have been here 4.5 hours. In the future, can we rotate these departments? Because resource recovery always seems to be last.
It's alphabetical.
Well, if you give us a phone number, we'll call you when we're ready.
That's if Bob's
Jim, that's because.
I think that's a fair request.
I mean,
We're gonna put you,
year, rotate
We're
them
too tired to
around.
argue about it, Jim. Think of
But
the
Jim,
advantages.
Jim, we're gonna
Sure,
rotate them this
whatever.
way, so you'll be second from last.
Poor Bob.
Let me promise you one thing. You're probably better off tonight than you will be following the sheriff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the easy
You're
night.
tired of it, so you just said, go for it.
Let's,
prove it.
This is the easy night.
can we have attention for a minute?
Yes.
This is the second opportunity for public comment. Public comment closed. How about a...
Move to adjourn.
Sport.
What was
No,
that?
you gotta have public comment.
Say goodnight, Dickie.
We
I
did.
did.
He offered it.
Good night, Dickie.
Good night, Dick.
Thanks, Bob. I'll talk to you in the next few days.
Is there any way
Can we leave these
Got
here?
it.
I'm sorry?
Is there any music here?
Early.
Before we come
I'm just gonna take mine before I get to bed.
I think I'm gonna, you're gonna pick them
I
up?
gotta go home and see if my husband
I don't know that there's a meeting tomorrow.